5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Are we on? We're live. That's not the finger I was looking for, but boys and girls, welcome to the 43rd edition of the Chicago TI-99 World Fair. Now, I know it's probably a little later than you expected to see it, but if you're watching, you're lucky to see it at all. We've had technical problems this morning. We have had several layers of technical problems, but now we seem to have overcome them. If I actually am able to see the recording of this tomorrow, I'll know that we have overcome them. How's the sound level? Is the sound level working? Okay, good. We've introduced a new microphone this year, so hopefully that will be as good as it's cracked up to be. We have a lot of people here today from all over the country, and I think I hear my telephone going off in the background. I'm going to ignore that. I finally broke down for the first time in my life at the age of 80. I bought a cell phone. I hate the damn thing. A couple of international notes. First of all, David Kane of the TI group in Great Britain has just sent me a notice that the Great Britain group is holding their annual general meeting next year. They've already scheduled it for 2026. We're going to be scheduling next year's TI International World Fair right after this fair is over, as soon as the university, Northwestern University, publishes their next year's schedule. We have to always work around the Northwestern schedule if you want to get a hotel room in this town. So without further ado, let's get into it. I believe we have a intro video to roll. Can we roll that? Do we? I don't know what we have to do to get that going. We may need to close that door if this is going to be. I found the last part with the steering wheel stuck in my pants. Kind of interesting. Uh, at any rate, we have a interesting show today. We have some videos from some notable people in the TI community. We also have some live presentations, and we have some brand new products that are going to be introduced here for the very, very first time. Brand new products. So, at any rate, let's get on with it. Let's begin with the very first interview that John Benke has been gracious enough to make with some of the people in the TI community. John, what is our first interview going to be?
It's all out of me, whatever they put on.
I said, okay, well, we will, it'll be a surprise for all of us then. Do we know what it's going to be? Can anyone tell me?
John, which one do you want me to pull up? I don't know about pick one and then say what it is.
Well, we'll pick one.
Got Gary from OTA. Got Gary from OTA.
Let's hope this works.
So let's take a look at my systems here. Demonstrations of what's going on. Enjoy the fair today. Thank you. Okay, over here on the left we have our main system. Currently it's running on two PE boxes connected together, and it has one of almost every card ever manufactured. We have a SCSI card in there, an IDE card, HFAC card, the new MyArc floppy controller that we're designing. Previous devices that were released with the TI and all new devices. And then over in the middle, we have another TI system which we use to test other compatibility on certain machines. It has all the core cards that were ever manufactured put in one case. The core memory card, the core triple tech card, the core disk controller, and so on. Over here, on the far side of the wall, we have another TI system, and this one contains more cards and also an F18A, so I can test graphics on it, and it's also connected, well, to a dot matrix printer, because I love printing out source code the old-fashioned way. Today, we're going to demonstrate the new 838 Super Standard Basic multi-mod cartridge that just recently got released. It's a brand new cartridge with surface mount technology and two large EEPROMs on it. And I'm going to demonstrate everything being sold already on Shift 838 website and Atari Shopper. And it comes with two big printed manuals, just like the original Standard Basic, and a nice cartridge and a label. So take a look at this short demonstration. Thank you. We now have the module plugged into our system, and you see you get the regular push title screen. On the first screen, you get Super Standard Basic, and because it's a multi-module, you now have three for review module library. When we press that, it goes to another bank which has a lot of stuff jammed into it. We have the full diagnostic tests, We have the F18 mode for changing the colors. We have the Easy Bug program from the Mini-Mem. We have the Disk Manager 5, which is basically like Disk Manager 3 and 2, except it has a couple of enhancements made by Rich Gibbleson on it to allow for drives up to 9 and for higher density floppies. Now, we also have TI-Writer included and Editor Assembler included. Now, these two modules, not only are they included, all the support files are included in the EEPROM as well. So you don't need no floppy disk in your drive to run the editor, the formatter, the assembler, or any of that. And we also have our OPA Micromanager, which is the newest version, which is updated to handle the Tippy and all the other devices. When we launch Micromanager, you will see that it also contains a number of programs that are built into the EEPROM. The archiver, ability to copy compact flash disks from IDE to FAT and vice versa, the Disk Manager 2K80, the Disk Utilities 2K, Fast Term, the Line Demo, the Memory Editor, the Reg Cleaner, Remind Me, the Sprite Designer, and the Terminal Emulator, all contained on there. Now the advantage of that is that you can launch anything you want by just going there and launching the program, and it reads directly off the EEPROM. You don't need the other stuff. And there you go. The cartridge, by the way, comes in two versions, one for 40 column people and one for 80 column users. Now let's show you what else it contains. Oh, sorry, that's one of my special programs. Let's get rid of that. Besides the second page of all these utilities, when we press 9, we then have the 80 column version of the Adventure. If you bought the 80 column version of the cartridge, the 40 column version is also available. We have another game, Amazing. We have the Attack. We have Blasto. Car Wars. So a few good games to keep your mind occupied. Hump the Mump is even. And some more games. Hangman, Yancy, Connect 4, all still inside the module. Music Maker as well. Touch typing as well. The speech editor. Now the nice thing with the speech editor in the module is that we can access the speech synthesizer now directly from TI Basic. Let me show you. We go on TI Basic. Oops. Oh, let me turn the volume up.
Hello there.
Before you couldn't do that, but because the cartridge is in the system, now you have speech in regular TI Basic. Well, this is my Ramos directory. From there you can see it switches all the banks as well. So let's go back to where we were. There we are. We were at the speech editor. Okay, the next module that's included is the Paramat Puzzler and the Video Games one, and the demonstration module, and the original TI logo. And finally, at the very end, we have the personal record keeper. Now that module, when being included, also has a number of calls that be added to TI Basic, which are explained in the manual. The call A, the call B, to give you some more enhancement in TI Basic as well. So altogether, there is a total of 16 modules now included in the Super Standard Basic cartridge by Shift 838. And also, because the EEPROM has still some more space, we have also included the ability to run the extensions for a standard basic for 40 column and 80 column as well. You can find out more on the website of everything that this module offers. It even includes widget compatibility. Thank you. I recently got one of these MSX machines. Now it's not a TI-99, but it does use the same video processor and some of the very same architects. So in the future, when I have this set up, I'm looking at porting from software back and forth between the two systems. So that's another project in the works. Will take some time. Hopefully in the new year, I'll get to it. Same as the MSX machine, I've also recently acquired the ColecoVision Atom and the Naboo system. And again, those systems use the same video processor sound chip. So in the near future, I'll be looking at making applications for those two systems and porting stuff back and forth between the TI and those systems. Well, lots of work to get ahead to do, so it's not going to be easy, but we'll get to it one step at a time. Over here, we have another one of my little corners where I do development work. This system is not currently turned on, but it contains my Geneve, and I'm starting to do some work on that system as well. And it's also my main reference library with lots of binders filled with source code, manuals, technical information, and a lot of other utilities that I need to refresh my human brain on things. And finally, over in this corner, we have another TI system. This is a QI console, and I also have the thermal printer attached to it, and the MyArc mini expansion unit that was built. This will allow me to do testing on things that aren't compatible with the newer stuff, and also that MyArc system. And on my main laptop with the two screens, I do some development work on that as well because I have all the emulators installed on it. Over here we have a TI Professional portable computer. Of course, I'm sorry, it's not a TI-99, but it is a Texas Instruments system. And there's still a lot of people that like to see certain things on it. And I'm in the process of adding in a hard drive and a Gotek floppy drive on it. And one of the things I have this system for is also test compatibility of moving IBM floppy disks to the TI and back. Over here on this table, I do a lot of my reading and working on binders and making notes on paper because I still find it useful to look on real paper when reading and studying and working on source code. And also over here we have all the portable systems. We have the CC40, the TI-95, and the TI-74S. Those I'm going to be working on to recreate the hex bus interface for the TI-99/4A. And finally, in this area, in the Solonium, is my little workshop where I do the repairs, building of the systems, soldering new stuff together, and also a test bench for working on new projects and software and testing stuff out. And we're going to do a demonstration now shortly of the TIPUS operating system and the new 838 floppy disk controller. Thank you. Okay, let's do a quick demonstration of what we call the TIPUS 99 operating system. Now this is a whole new operating system for the TI-99/4A. TIPUS stands for Texas Phoenix OS, and I released this first version back in July the 15th. Now to use this version, you do require to install one of these. This is called a GROME 2, which is much better than my original SLB. It replaces all three of your console GROMEs with this little microcontroller and adds a lot more memory. These things are already available from Arcade Shopper, and the first few batches already sold out, but I think he has more in stock now. Let's show you what it does. Once you install it, you will get the OPA Micromanager, just like the SOB, except this is the newest version, so it will actually do the Tippy and other devices. And built into it, you have currently the Editor Assembler and the TI Writer. But I'm also working on a new version that's going to add more modules. Okay, we're back with the demonstration of the Tippy's operating system. Like I was saying, you need the Chromie 2 installed. Now currently this version that I got released on July the 15th only contains the Editor Assembler and the TI Writer modules. As you can see, the Editor Assembler.
Ready to start? Please wait. Device module.
And the TI Writer. Now, the next version, I will have more modules installed in it. We're going to have the diagnostic tests, we're going to have the Easy Bug, and we're going to have the Disk Manager, and a few other utilities. And slowly going to keep adding new features. And the coolest thing is, with the Chromie 2, is that you can very easily just upgrade it anytime you want. Or just running a program from floppy or from your final Chrome, it will reflash all 96K of memory. And that's it. Thank you. Okay, one of the things we've been working on over the last year is a new floppy controller for the TI-99 4A. And it will also work on the Geneve. This new floppy controller not only does double density like the original Maillard controller, it also contains a new FPGA on there and another crystal and more memory to allow us to even do bigger floppies, like 1.44 megabytes floppy drives. So it will allow the full usage of everything. It's taken a lot of work to get all the bugs and everything out of it. The main issue was the FPGA design, and that took a while to get it compatible with our TI system, but that's now been done. So now we're working on finalizing the DSR, which will go into the flash chip. Now this doesn't use an EEPROM, it uses a flash chip, so we can update it anytime we want with new features, and it contains more memory than is needed, so more stuff can be added over the months. And we're working on newer versions. Currently this is the current version of the board, but now the next version coming out soon, that will be the production model to go on sale, will be surface mount. So that will reduce the cost and will make it more reliable as well. One of the biggest issues we had getting the new controller to work was in formatting disks. But now, the latest version formats disks without a problem. We'll just quickly demonstrate it here. We'll initialize a disk, drive 2. Double-sided double density. And away we go. It's formatting. And then it's going to verify the disk. At the rate it's going, I say this product will be fully ready and available in stock by the end of the year. It's still a little bit more work on the DSR to do the high density formatting, but that's being completed now. But the hardware works and the production model works, and the pre-orders will start soon because you can upgrade the unit anytime you want. So we can just send you a new version and you can just flash into the system and you get the latest version. No more replacing EEPROMs or all that complex stuff. So finally, those that never had double density controllers on their TI will now be able to enjoy them again. And of course it supports the GoTech emulation devices as well. So if you don't have actual 3.5 inch or 5.25 inch drives, it's not an issue because the GoTech is easily available. It still, of course, takes a while formatting. Floppies are the slowest medium, but still very useful on our TI systems. Okay, that completes all the demonstrations we have available for you today at OPA for those attending the Chicago TI World Fair. We showed you today, number one, the 838 Super Standard Basic Multi-Module, which is available for sale. Like I said, you can get it from Shift 838 and Atari Shopper, and it comes with 2 printed manuals, the cartridge, the label, and over 16 different modules built into the cartridge, and a bunch of EA5 programs, the disk manager, the disk utilities, everything you need. And I didn't mention earlier, but the assembler part has both the 9900 assembler and the GPL assembler. So it's a complete development package all in one. It's available in either 40 column support or 80 column support for those that have the F18A, the Pico 9918, or the V99 3858 video chips. We also demonstrated today my Tempest operating system, which operates on the Chromie 2. That's available already from my website, tephos.com. You can download it for free, try it out. There's an emulator version and also the one that installs in the Chromie 2. And if you like it, it's only $20 US dollars to pay for the full package. And that includes all the free updates that will be coming out. The next update will be coming out at the end of October, and we'll keep adding more and more stuff to it. Now, it does require the Chromie 2 to be installed in your console if you want to make full uses of it. The emulator version shows you some of the features, but can't do everything that the actual hardware does on a real TI system. And we also demonstrated the new 838 floppy disk controller, which will be coming available soon for pre-order from Shift 838 as I finish up the last little bits that have to go in the DSR. But the hardware is done. The FPGA now works, and everything is perfect hardware-wise. It's just a matter of polishing up the software, and we'll be ready to go. And that's basically what's available right now. But in the next year, we'll have some more projects. We have lots of ideas for new cartridges now that we got the first one off the production line. So stay tuned. It's going to be a really interesting 2026. And we'll see how it goes. And I hope everybody enjoys the Chicago Fair today and have a great time learning more about your TI for many more years in the future. Thank you.
Very small group. Gradually got bigger and bigger and bigger. And as it got bigger and more complex, it needed more people to do more things. Well, you know how groups are. If there's somebody that gets something done, you let him do it. And there was a guy in this group named Grant Smallmouth who did a lot of things for the group, an awful lot of things. He liaison to TI,
he would bring big boxes of cartridges, discontinued cartridges, to each meeting and sell them for $1 a piece. He would also take all of our newsletters down to be franked and then mailed. And he did this all without the use of a car. He would do this on buses. He would take 700
boxes and take them down and make certain that they got out, sent out, and had to do it on the same day that they actually had a machine called, I think it was a Portola, if I'm not mistaken, that you rolled across each of the newsletters and franked it, and then you put them all back in the boxes, get back on a bus and take them to a post office. He did all kinds of things like that. He was a wonderful guy. He had collections of postcards, 1933 World's Fair, ephemera, and on and on and on. And his basement was a museum. At any rate, he died very, very suddenly. He had a heart attack as a result of going into a house that had a cat. He was highly allergic to cat dander. After he died, we realized what a gap he left in the group. Sometimes you don't miss the water till the well runs dry. At any rate, after his death, the group decided to create an award in his name, the Grant Schmalgemeyer Award. And it was given rather infrequently to people who have contributed to this group. This is not the same as the John Birdwell Award, which is given to someone who contributes to the entire TI community, but the Schmalgemeyer Award was reserved for someone who contributes to this group. And therefore, it was decided this year that we would resurrect this award and give it to someone who has earned it by dint of his efforts in the past few years. And though you may have already guessed who it is, I'd like to call John Benke up to the front to receive the Grant B. Schmalgemeyer Award. I hope I caught you by surprise.
You actually did. Thank you so very much.
Well deserved.
You know, thank you everybody. This means a lot. Grant was a friend of mine years ago, and that's, I guess, why this means a little extra to me. So, I don't know what else to say. I'm just speechless. Thank you so very much. I appreciate this.
You've earned it, John. Thank you. And here we'll give you this lovely cover as well.
Thank you.
Okay, now we've seen a video, and now those of you who have been around for a few years know that the Chicago TI User Group and the Chicago TI International World Fair is known for debuting brand new products. And we're going to continue that tradition today. I'd like to introduce Stephen Boyer, if I'm pronouncing your name correctly, and I hope I am, who has produced 2 new cartridges, and he's going to tell you all about it. So Stephen, if you would step up and demonstrate your cartridges. I think everybody's been waiting for this for a long time. And okay,
Mic turned on.
right, it's turned off.
Yeah.
Is it off now or is it
It's on now.
Okay, well, we're going to mic you up.
So we just start the fair over?
No, we're not going to do that. We'll put this somewhere. I'll put it right on here. Somewhere soft. There you go.
Okay. Do we have a drive, floppy or TT or something? What kind of storage do you have here? Floppy or TT or?
Just floppy.
Floppy? Okay. We have a disk somewhere? Or? Because I cannot demonstrate if I don't have the storage.
So do you need a blank floppy or do you need floppy with something?
No, just the blank. Formatted floppy if you have.
Try one of these.
Okay, thank you.
There might be stuff on it.
You think? Which way, you know?
You had it right the first time.
Okay. Perfect. Okay. Is it formatted or?
I think maybe formatted, but the rates files on it. So just jump in.
Okay, I don't have the.
You can get through this.
Yeah. Thank you. Let's see if it's working. Okay, perfect. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Okay. This is working. Okay, so what I will present first, it's a password manager, a password vault. This is what you use usually to store your passwords. Of course, you do have password managers on modern computers, right? But for these things, you need to store your master password somewhere, right? And some people, they just write down the thing on paper or other places. I personally use that software to store my passwords that I want to remember. I can put on a PC or other new software. So after past the welcome screen, you have three options. The first one is loading your vault. So this is the vault that you save on the disk.
You can create your vault where you will store your passwords, and you have also the information here which gives you the details where the manual is, and some thanks, of course, for some people like Mike, Mark, and John. So the first thing you need to do is to create your vault, which will hold your password. So you type C, and it presents you with a screen where you have to type your master password, the password of your vault, okay, to store your passwords. So it's generating the key for you, a random key, and you just have to type your password of your vault. So of course, both passwords are checked. They match. If they match, then it asks you where to save the vault. And in that case, I will just use the default one, which is DSK1 on the floppy. So I type yes. And it will save, create basically the files necessary for the program to work. And once the files are created on the floppy, then you can start to enter your password and create your vault. So it takes some time, sorry, because it's creating the files. It's faster on a TP, of course. So you can use passwords up to 25 characters, which is a lot. But minimum is 6. So it's not really super safe at 6 characters, but I better if you put like 12 or 15, of course. So once you created the program created the files and the vault, you have more options available. So you can start by inputting your passwords and creating the passwords you want to store. So you just have to type P.
and you end up on the screen where usually you have all your password listed. And at the bottom of the screen, you have so P and N are for managing the pages, of the passwords, the display. S is to search in your passwords. So if you want to search, something special, one of the passwords and find them super easily, you can use the search with typing S. D is for delete. A is to add. T is to toggle between the screens, because it's only it's not like 80 columns, so you have pages on the screen. I will show you that after I enter my first password. And Q will quit and bring you back to the main menu. So if I type A, I can start by adding a password. So it starts with a description, and you could add something else than passwords. Actually, you can put whatever you want there. So I will put a description. I don't know what to put here. I would put gibberish. I can put my username, Bob, and the password. Okay. And once I've finished that, I have my first password showing up in the list. And with the T, the toggle, I can switch between the different fields of that password. So you can see the description, the username, and the password showing up, the thing that I just entered. If you want to see everything at once, you just type the line. So I hit 0, and then it shows you the whole details of the password recorded. Okay. You can also here edit the password. If you type E, you can go back and edit the passwords. And I can add another one. So I just put like gibberish here. It's okay. And once you added your passwords and you want to store them, so you just hit Q to quit and go back to the main menu. And as you can see, there's a star next to the S for save your vault. If there's a star, it means that you modified your vault and that you need to save it. So I hit S, and it's encrypting the passwords and save them onto the drive. So the encryption decryption takes a while, because, as you know, it's a limited CPU and memory computer, so it takes a while to do the encryption. But you just do that once you save it. So it's not like when you are using the program, you don't need to wait, because it's all in memory. And it takes only time when you are saving your vault. So it's maybe once after you have used your vault. So you have also another option here. I will not be able to demonstrate, but it's the CSV import feature. So if you have already like an Excel file with the list of the things you want to store, your passwords, you can import that CSV file into here, and it will create the vault for you, and you can save it to the disk. Yeah, it tells you normally if I hit V, it should. No, it doesn't tell you, but it's on the manual. Sorry, because there's a version I put the manual in there, but it was too heavy for the cartridge. So it's it's on the manual online, so you can check it. I didn't try that. I didn't try. Something I want to demonstrate. I will try to show you. I think it will be visible. I will start again. So if you hit L, it will ask you for the file to load the vault, and that's the one I saved previously. If I hit yes, it will load the vault in memory. It will ask for the password, and after that, it will load a little bit more files, and it will decrypt everything and show make the vault available on the. I lost the signal. Okay. So you can see there are 2 passwords stored in that vault. So if I hit P, you can see the passwords here, and the passwords are saved on the disk, on the floppy disk, with encryption, and the encryption is XTEA. So it's an algorithm which is not as safe, of course, as AES 256 or the modern stuff that we are using. But what makes it safe, basically, is the fact that it's not connected to the internet, unless you have a TP, of course. But it's not really, really something that is a problem. The second thing is, who knows how to use that thing nowadays? I think it's not a lot of people. Plus, it's on the floppy, so and you can put, a label on the floppy saying, for example, chess or games. I don't think people will find it. I wanted to, at some point, to be able to save the vault on cassettes. So it's something I'm working on, and it's nice because then you can put, Justin Bieber or Biter, I don't know how you pronounce that, on the cassette, and you're good to go. They will not check the cassette. So yeah, so that little program is nice because you can really store up to 240 passwords on the 32K memory expansion, and it's nicer than to have that written somewhere, on a piece of paper. I would say, and it's pretty safe. I mean, again, because it's off the internet, it's something that people don't know how to use nowadays. So yeah. The search. So if I hit search, you can search by keyword. If I type that, you will see it's finding both because it's searching on all the fields at the same time, and it's case insensitive. It was a request of Walid, actually, who told me, could it be case insensitive? Yes. So I modified that. Yeah, so that's what it is. It's just a password manager that you can use to store your passwords. Any questions? Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's something that I would like to do, but for that you need more memory, and SAMs would be a good fit for that. So I would probably do that with the SAMs. I just got one thanks to James, so I will be able to try that soon. Voila. And if you are quitting the program, I suggest you use the quit function, because if you do that, it will wipe the memory. All the passwords will be off the 32K, and you can, or because if you just switch off the console, the memory is still there, and on the 32K, you still have the passwords stored. You really have to wipe out the passwords unless you power off the PEB. So I suggest you do that. So that's the first program. Yeah.
Someone in the audience asks a question. Please repeat it loud.
Okay.
So folks can watch the video.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you for saying. Yeah. Forgot to do that. Sorry. Yeah, that's correct. Exactly, yeah. So the question was, is the program writing multiple files? And the answer is yes. It's writing 3 files, and they are all encrypted. And it's exactly what you say. It's the description, the login, and the password. They are separate files. Yeah. Good question. So how long did it take for me to produce this? So I had first, because I forgot everything about the TI. The last time I used a TI was in 1980 something, when I was a kid. And I bought my dream configuration from eBay 2 years ago. I think it was 2 years ago. First I had to understand how the TI is working, the architecture, and everything. Then choosing the language I would develop the programs with, and I wanted to go with something more modern than assembler, so I went for C. And then figuring out all the cross, compiling tools and setting up everything, because I didn't develop on the TI. I'm using a cross compiler, and I'm working on my nicely and comfortable, PC. So I would say learning everything plus developing the stuff, maybe 7 months probably.
One of the follow-up questions. So said they're stored on the cartridge. You said they're stored on the
I
cartridge.
stored on the floppy.
I stored on the floppy disk of it. Yeah,
No problem.
yeah.
So, my concern with the floppy was putting it in storage or something. So, I guess I'm saying is how long. That's the know for.
Maybe the storage itself.
You mean the storage itself? I mean, yeah. Well, you know, I bought new old stock. I think it was the assembler and the TI writer, and they all come with floppy disks. And those floppy disks, 43 years later, they are still working. So you know, all the disks I'm using that are like 40 years old, they are still working, and you still can read them. So I'm not really concerned about the lifespan of the floppy. I think. Yeah.
Yeah, so the drive.
Yeah, so the drives, the problem with the drives is that you have, the problem with it is that, so I have two half height drives, you know, the ones that you probably know already, the Sugar, how you pronounce that? Sugar, I think? Sugart, yeah. The problem is that they have a weakness on the lever that, you know, that pries the disc to make it turn. And those things are plastic, and you have to basically remove them and change with something more, maybe more sturdy, I would say.
So eventually, like you said, you're working on a cassette. Maybe a cassette would be something a little more durable.
Yeah, the cassette would be more durable probably, but you also have the TP that works very well, and it's faster. I have to be honest. It takes like, I don't know, maybe 20 seconds to save on the floppy, while on the TP it's like 5 seconds.
I don't mean to extend this, but I was just wondering, what would be the possibility of putting on something like an EEPROM or something, or is that something that's delicate itself that you have to worry about?
Yeah, so I wanted to work on the new cartridge based on the Pico, you know, Raspberry Pi like Pico device, and with that you could run the program and save everything on the EEPROM. I think so. That's one of my projects. Yeah, yeah, and you would have a cartridge which would store the program and where you would save everything. Exactly. Yeah, yeah.
Does anybody in the audience know, or do you know how long is EEPROM last? Has it got a life expectancy, or
You will get bit rot after, depending on the brand and type, anywhere between 20 and 40 years down the road.
now is that going to happen whether or not you pull it up and resave it again, or is it just
It's the EEPROM itself.
Okay. So,
You may, but if you erase it and then reprogram it, it works fine again.
so as long as you refresh it, it'll keep going.
Right. The key is that you actually have to reprogram it.
Okay. I see. Understood.
Yeah, those are
very
good
good questions. The EEPROMs, for example, and you are James, most of the EEPROMs,
the
UV ones that we are using sometimes. On the cartridges, today I have EEPROMs, but usually I ship them with ROMs. So these ones are more sturdy and they stay longer. But the EEPROMs, it's usually like 20. They are rated for 25 years of reliability, I would say, and then it's fading out basically.
If I'm around in 25 years, I'm sure a little bit less might be.
Any other questions? Yeah.
Yeah, this goes back to EEPROM. And for those of us who have third-party TI cartridges made back in the 1980s, most of those have EEPROMs. Most of those still work.
Yeah. But again, it's the rating of the manufacturer, right? So it's what they guarantee, but it can last longer.
You can last 30 years in a lifespan, but will last much longer.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I didn't.
Most of the lifespan of EEPROM is 30 years, right?
Mask ROM, yeah.
Sorry. Is the origin of the name Passport, is that a plan Passport or the Passport board?
Yeah, I just came up with it because I thought of a simple name, I would say. Again, I'm not native English, so I thought of something that would work. So pass because passwords, and fort because in French a fort it's a place where you store stuff and it's guarded. So that's the reason why I called it passport. Yeah. Yeah, sure. Any other questions?
Are you on part 1 or part 2? I went outside. You have two modules, right?
Yeah, I have second one I want to show. So the second thing is a memory tester. So the reason why I developed that thing, I'll show you the thing. The reason why I developed that tester, so it only works for now with the 32K expansion, the TI-1 or the any memory expansion. The reason why I did that is I wanted something more detailed on the testing. That's the reason number one. It would show the failing addresses clearly. The second thing I wanted to do is being able to loop indefinitely. How you say indefinitely? Yeah, thank you. So you could run the thing for like 2 weeks straight, and it will still run and test your. Yeah, it will still test your memory. And third, I wanted to also be able to say which chip you need to replace on the memory expansion if it's failing. So that's also something that I don't know if there are programs available that do that, but the ones I tried, they don't really do that. There's a basic program that is not really working well that I tried. This one I proved it with an expansion, a 32K memory expansion that I modified to test it and see what it was working. It's working well. And also one thing I wanted to add to the program is speech synth. Why? Because as it's running in the background and you are testing things, it can run for hours and days. What is nice is that you just put up the volume and you can listen to what's happening, which part of memory it's testing, if it's failing, and all these things. So once you go on you pass the welcome screen, you end up into the menu where you have different tests available. So there's one option that you can toggle on and off. It's the stop on error. So if it finds an error, it can stop on the screen while it shows the errors and the address is failing. If it's on, it's on because there's a star, so it means it's on. It will stop on failure. If you don't allow it to stop on failure, then it will just continue and it will see all the pages going through, all the errors going and showing up, but it will not stop, basically. So so you have different tests here. The first one is the 32K March RAM test. It will do only one pass, which means that it will test the 32K once, and then it will stop. And it will tell you if there are errors or not. The second test is an infinite loop test. So if you start it, it will do the very same thing as the first option, the 32K March RAM test, but it will loop, indefinitely, and run for days, weeks, if you like. The third test, which is the quick chip test, is the one that you can use to check if one of the memory chips on your 32K is defective. So that test will work if a chip is defective, not if it's partially defective, but if it's really dead. Okay, so you just tap C and it will show you the chip number that is failing. So for example, U35, U24, and then you can open your 32K expansion and change the chips that are failing. And the retention test is the last option. It will write something into the memory, a specific pattern, many different patterns. It will wait some time, a few minutes, and then read those patterns to see if anything has changed, which means that if something has changed, it means that your memory is not retaining the data properly. So I will.
First part of memory.
So when you start the program, for example, this is the one pass version, it will go through the memory and tell you which part of the memory it's testing and which pattern it's testing. So as you can see, it's doing the lower part of the 32K expansion. Then it will go to the higher part.
Doing 0, 0.
Now it's doing another pattern, so it's testing the different patterns to be sure that your memory is retaining things properly. Yeah.
And she hasn't gotten any better in speech in 40 years.
Doing A5.
So it's doing all the patterns one by one for the lower part of the memory expansion. And then it will go for the higher part of the memory expansion.
Just a question when you're testing. Do we all need to start worrying about our 32K memory expansions? I mean, why did you develop this? Is it, after all this time, it's determined for a chip to go bad?
So from
Doing 5, 8.
So from what I heard, those 4116 chips are pretty fragile, and it's better to replace them with 4164, if I remember correctly. But the reason why I developed that is because I bought two memory expansions from eBay.
Second part of
Just
memory.
listening.
Doing
So it's going again on the patterns on the second part. And I was running some programs. I had some failures, and I didn't know where it's coming from. And so I ran one of the famous memory tester I found on the internet, but it's not giving you the details of where it's failing. It just says that it's failing, and it doesn't give you really the area where it's failing or the chip which is failing. So I thought, okay, maybe I should develop something that gives you the details. And that's the reason why.
I'm sorry, I didn't bring logic books so that it's simulated.
Yeah. Well, we can simulate the failure by just switching off the PEB. I can show you.
That's a hard thing.
Yeah.
We're talking like a single chip.
Yeah, single chip failure. Yeah. Yeah.
Now, is there an indicator, I mean, this is about everybody, including yourself, of like when a chip is going bad? Is it just the TI just crashes? Because the TI crashes a lot on its own sometimes, just normally. So how would you have an indicator whether or not it might be the memory issue or just the TI being the TI?
Well, I didn't have that many.
Doing 0, 0.
I didn't have that many failures. I mean, running programs, it's very reliable. On my TI, I don't have like crashes or problems usually.
I'll share an example I had, and that is with the Logo 2 cartridge
Okay.
and the SP4 cartridge.
Okay.
They do an initialization of a large amount of the 32K expansion.
Mhm.
There is an error. A lot of times they will lock up.
Yeah, so that's when you know there's a problem because
That's
one
when you
of
take the
the
cartridge out and you blow on it, right? You can blow all you like.
But yeah, I had some programs failing with a very specific card, 32K card, and I was thinking, okay, why my programs are crashing? That's not okay. So I exchanged the card and put the one I knew was good, and it was running perfectly well. So I started to, know that there was a problem on that card. So, and I tried my program on it, and I had a chip failure.
So say for the sake of argument, an address comes up, so this chip's bad, right? We open up the little clamshell case for people who still have the clamshell.
Yeah.
Is it marked on the board?
Yes.
Where we can just,
Yeah.
we just find the number?
Exactly.
Use our crappy high school soldering skills?
Yeah.
And,
It will tell you, for example, U24, and you open the clamshell, and you will see on the board, you can see U24, there's a chip there, and you can just desolder it.
and last thing, not to interrupt, but you said there's a better chip out there. When you do the upgrade, do you have to upgrade them all, or is it compatible where you can just put replace
No,
the bad
you
chip
can
with
just
the new one?
replace one of them.
Even if it's a different type of
Yeah,
chip?
yeah, but you have to adapt them to work as a 4116. So there's a trick. You need to solder to move some connections. There's a kit available, I think, on Arcade Shover.
Okay.
For that.
Also the 4116s are dual voltage.
Yeah, they are dual voltage, 12 volt and 5, while for the 64 are just 5, I think. Yeah.
Doing 5, 8.
Thank you.
Yeah. So that's how it's working. So I would quit that. Yeah.
So, is it just, you're only looking at the expansion memory, you're not looking at the...
No, just the expansion memory, yes, for now. And I have plans to look more into, like for example, the VDP memory and stuff like that, but I didn't had the time to finish that.
So it might be worth just a quick survey. I mean, I've got 3. None of them have a problem as of now. Anybody else?
What, the 32K?
32Ks, yeah, like
Okay,
roughly how.
well, I've got about a dozen
I have
32K cards.
one failed out of 2 cards.
Yeah,
Two.
same.
And out of that dozen, I've had 2 fail over the years. One of them failed because the chip that controlled low memory died. So you didn't notice anything running regular extended basic. You were
And
fine
sometimes it's not
until you tried to load
sometimes it's
something.
not a memory failure, it's the
I
refresh.
have to
or the
remind you,
creation.
that with the closed talking mic, everybody at home cannot hear what the question was. So, Stephen, if you would repeat the question each time, and guys,
Yeah,
if you
sure.
talk
Yeah.
amongst yourselves.
From the
they can't hear
beginning.
it, so it's gonna be- I can hear it, so.
The other one of the chips in high memory died, so when you listed your extended basic program, it would list fine, and all of a sudden you get garbage on screen.
Yeah, I had one that went out too. I was given a PEV, didn't run. So, this would have been nice.
Just quickly, I will show you the quick chip test, the thing that shows you which chip is bad on the memory expansion. So you hit C.
First part of memory. Fine. Second part of memory. Fine.
So this one is fine. But if not fine, instead of none here, you would see the chip numbers that are failing. Okay. So just for fun, I will show you, and also something very important, when you are doing those tests, it's also very interesting sometimes to just power cycle both the console and the PEB when you are doing your tests, because some of the problems, they show up right after you power up the system, and it's interesting to just power cycle sometimes the thing, and check again.
Plug it and plug it back in again? Like,
No, just power off the PEB, that, and then again, yeah. I would try.
In rush currents and see what happens. Did you, IT crowd, did you plug it? Turn it off and on again? Turn it off and on again?
I switched off wait. I will switch off the PEB and show you what happens when it's failing. Yeah, so you have a message saying that it does not detect the 32K, but I still allow you to go forward. So you just go forward. And if you try
First
testing.
part of memory. Doing as. We have an error.
Yeah, so it shows
That's a lot of
you
chips to replace.
it shows you the failing addresses. So I can press space to go through the pages of what's failing, but it's a lot. So you can also type S to allow to go through without you typing anything. Yeah, you can see everything is failing, so it's not really interesting.
We have an error.
David?
There's a flag error.
Kyle? Oh, it's Kyle.
He's tall enough, I understand.
Yeah, so that's what it does basically. You can see here I allowed the program to not stop on error, so you don't have the S, the star next to the S. If I press S again,
Error on.
then you can see it's on.
Oh, Stefan, it says here that the module only works with the original Sulfur console.
Yeah, that's correct. I didn't try on the beige console, but I don't think it would work because I'm using cartridges that are not compatible with, like boards that are not compatible with the beige console.
TI's way of trying to get you from buying third-party cartridges.
Although there are, if I remember correctly, aren't there some early models of the beige console that have the original ROMs and are,
Okay.
Yeah, it would say
Don't
QI on the
enforce.
startup screen.
don't enforce the ROM requirement?
Yeah. A beige console that shows version 2.2 as the operating system is the version that is the problem.
Yeah, right. Yeah, the
And
2.2
so
version
if
is
it
the
does-
problem.
If it shows the normal version, and you look at the side, and it's got copper-colored connectors, then it's using the old board version.
Yeah. And
If
sometimes,
it's a silver connector, then it's the QI board, but it might still have the old ROMs.
and I bought on eBay a beige TI-99 because I was expecting to get a 2.2 specifically to test my software with it. And I got a beige computer with a silver version inside of it. So I couldn't test anything. Yeah, but
The silver version is the QI.
That's the bad one, right?
That's the bad one, but not all silver boards have the QI ROM.
yeah, Groundhog, yeah.
Hey, by the way, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to sidetrack as long as we're on this. Is there any way to fix those Groton consoles to make them so that they can work, or do you got to basically got an old system or something?
If you got a dead TI,
Transfer
pull out
ROM and
ROM
ROM.
0 and
Transfer the
put it in
ROM?
there.
Is it just swap them?
Yeah, just swap ROM 0.
Okay, thank you. And one more question for you.
That'll do it too.
Three of them, three questions. One, if it is ready, it's on module, right?
Yeah.
I heard those things are really expensive, like over $100 each.
The module?
To make your own module. So,
I mean, to manufacture those?
yeah, I mean, they sell for like over $100, right?
No, on my side it's between I think 42 and 49, depending if you want to have a EEPROM or a ROM inside of
How'd
it.
you get it so cheap?
So the board themselves, I manufacture them in China, but now it's doubled because of the tariffs, but it's not that expensive.
You better buy them now, right?
And I buy the components in bulk, and I'm doing everything myself. I recycle the cartridges, so yeah, it's fine. It's I don't expect to do money with that things. It was just
When are you going to have some for sale?
It's already on sale since a few months already.
Right here?
Yeah, on the website. Yeah, I have a website.
Look that way.
Okay.
You want to plug your website?
Yes.
You mean on the, yeah, sure. It's, I forgot
You
that.
got it?
It's TI-99-passport.com, I think.
Oh,
That's the one.
Stefan, just so you know, it's up on our group webpage now. There's a section called For Sale.
Okay.
And your link is up there. So
Okay.
if ChicagoTIUserGroup.org is easier to remember, you can get your link right from us.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Yeah. It's TI-99-passport.com, if I remember correctly.
Ours is easier.
Also, in answer to John's earlier question about cartridge boards and expense, 512K ROM board, $16 each assembled. All you do is put your EEPROM on.
Yeah, it's pretty beefy, yeah, which is nice. The programs, the two programs I created, I think Passport is close to 30K, and the memory tester is like maybe 15K. So it's
You got a 2 for special? Buy both, you get a discount?
yeah, I should do that. I didn't think of that, but yeah.
Like a Faire special?
Yeah, I did the Faire special already, 20% on the.
How many left? I'm going to try to sell them for you.
3 left.
3 left, guys.
Yeah.
Get them before China raises their prices.
And
Sorry, Steph, go
also
ahead.
something that is nice is I think is developing it with for the TI with modern technology. That's really cool. Even if some people like really to do things on the hardware itself. For example, Gary, he loves doing everything on the console. Walid likes to do that too. But yeah, what is nice with the C environment is that you can go pretty fast. The memory tester, I did that in maybe a month and a half, and I'm working full time, so it's just a side job. And so once you know well the TI, pretty well the TI, you can develop things very quickly using C. I think to the contrary of assembler, which takes more time and it's more cumbersome. So maybe one day we can do, and I think maybe Tracy would be the perfect person for that, showing how you develop TI software using the C environment. That would be something maybe to show to people. because it's not that, I mean, it's not super easy to find the information. You have to gather stuff, you know, grab stuff from forums, and so maybe I will do some, because I have a blog. I will post maybe something about that, how to create your development environment and how to start, you know, developing. For
Sounds like something that would be really good for somebody's newsletter.
Yeah, you're right. Get to that. That's true.
I didn't say any hint. I just, I mean, it could be any TI newsletter that's out there.
So that's
we have an error.
So I didn't show, but on the loop version, the one which is never ending, it runs forever until you shut off the computer. You have the loop number on the top of the screen, and you will see if you let it run for like 2 or 3 days, you will have a big number there, which is nice because you can check for a long time. But that's it. That's the 2 programs I wanted to show. And thank you for letting me know. Move that.
Well, Stephen, thank you very much. I'm going to steal the microphone back from you.
Pleasure.
Good picture of you taking a picture.
And we are going to segue into, speaking of selling and buying, etc., a video from Greg McGill, who owns Arcade Shopper out west. And so if you will run that, we'll get going right away. And there's a rush over to Stephen's table to buy what they can get. So if you didn't come to the fair this year, it's tough for you. You know what I'm talking about. At any rate, we do have another video right now, hopefully. So let's hear from Greg McGill.
Okay, everybody, I'm here with Greg McGill, a TI enthusiast and owner of ArcadeShopper.com, one of the few remaining online stores still supporting the TI. You may have seen some of his ads in the Chicago TI Group newsletter. Greg was kind enough to sit down with us for a short interview, which will be shown at the upcoming Chicago TI International World Fair. So on to some questions. Number 1, let's see, I printed this too small, my list. Greg, how did you originally get involved with the TI community? And tell us about your involvement in the world of bulletin board systems. See, I did some research on you.
You did. So I got my first TI the Christmas that they dropped to $50, you know, after the discontinue. And my parents finally decided that was a computer price point that they could afford. So I got the first console with 3 cartridges. I think it was Football, Car Wars, and TI Invaders. And so played a lot of that for a while and quickly discovered I needed some expansion. Thankfully, expansion boxes started getting cheaper because, of course, TI pulling out. So got an expansion box, and then I decided to start looking around for a users group. I got involved with the TI-99ers in Thousand Oaks, California, and quickly realized that it was mostly a coffee club where they weren't really using their TIs very much. So I ran for office in the users group and ended up running it for about 3.5 years, which, you know, was just a lot of fun. We put on some good meetings and good events, and we were part of the Fest West that LA 99ers put on down in '86. So
yeah, that was a real big thing, if I remember correctly.
Mm-hmm.
It rivaled us a little bit.
Yeah, yeah. And that, you know, back in the day, we had enough people to do that. So yeah, it was a lot of fun. Then I set up I got a modem and I hooked it up to my TI and I started calling TI BBSs and said, okay, well, after my first phone bill was $300 and I was mowing lawns for a living.
What was that modem? I don't mean to cut you off. Was it the TI modem or was it
no?
It
was a Radio Shack stupid modem. It wasn't even a smart modem. It was the one that has a little switch. So you dial on your phone and you flip the switch and then you put the phone down. Yeah, I borrowed that actually from my high school because they didn't know what to do with it. So, yeah, so that was my first modem. And so I decided that since I was spending $300 on phone bills, I should just set the BBS myself up and let other people call me. So I did that, set up my first BBS. That was, I think, running Techie. Uh, and then I quickly moved to TI-Net from Eric Olson, which is a lot better, has a lot more features and fun like that. And that was online for through 3 years. Yeah, about 3 years until uh, I got into college, and I said, well, I kind of want my TI back because it was dedicated to running the BBS, and so I, I basically had to shut down the BBS if I wanted to use my TI. So I got a PC uh, and built built a basically a PC from parts to be the BBS computer and got my TI back for myself. And so I've been running my BBS on the TI on the PC ever since. And
If I
that's
may say, that sounds kind of unusual. Uh, putting together a more powerful computer for the BPS so that you can
Mhm.
run the. Now that's dedication.
Yeah. Well, since I was running a BBS, I wanted more features, and the TI BBSs had very limited features. You had one line, one program. You could sometimes do online games, but they were very limited to what they could do. Whereas the PC-based BBSs had a lot more functionality, and I
Oh,
wanted to
Greg,
get
I know full well. I ran the Chicago BBS for
yeah.
years.
So you know exactly what I'm
Yeah,
talking about.
I
So
even
it's a,
programmed it. I'm sorry, this isn't about me. It's about you.
yeah, it's fine.
Strike that.
Yeah, no worries. I actually wrote a bunch of games for the TINet PBS. As a matter of fact, I converted a bunch of basic
Stop,
programs.
stop. I'll stop right there. Question
Mhm.
number two. Did
Yeah,
you ever dabble in creating any programs for the TI? See, you're getting ahead of me.
yeah. So I converted games. Those I was not really writing my own. That was more like taking games that already existed and making them work for the BBS by changing the print statements to being the call links that the BBS used to do communications. But I wrote some programs for myself. Like my first program was a Dungeons and Dragons character generator. Rolling up the characters for you, and then I typed in a whole bunch of stuff from magazines, got some ideas, wrote some of my own board game kind of game, text adventures, and then I got since I was working on the BBS so much because I was always rewriting the BBS to try to make it more efficient. Um, I wanted a GUI on my TI, so I wrote a program called Mouse Desk, which is based on it's an extended basic, and it gives you basically a desktop like a Macintosh kind of GUI. GUI.
You ready for a quick trivia question?
Sure.
Okay. Could you name any of the popular uh, online games for the BBSs back then?
Um, the only one that I remember is the game room on TINet, which
Well, I'm
was
talking about maybe the more general,
the more
because
general ones like Legend of the Red Dragon
yeah, I remember
or
Trade Wars.
Trade
Remember that
Wars.
one?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
still running
and
both
all
of
the
those on.
derivatives.
Yeah, I'm running those on my BBS still to this day. So
Really, tell us a little bit about that.
yeah.
Is that the thing you got to link in with the Tippy? Or
You can, yes, you can either telnet in with a telnet client like the Tippy has, or you can dial in with a modem both on my BBS.
like a traditional way, huh?
The BBS is called the Keep. It was called the TI Keep when it was on the TI, and then when I moved to the PC.
I remember the Keep because I remember Computer Shopper, and one of the biggest things about Computer Shopper is because you looked at the ads was it had that huge list of all the Boltport system all over the country,
Mm-hmm.
and so you look forward to getting that every month. So
Yep. Yep. And
okay,
so
go
yeah,
ahead.
the Keep's still online, and it's multi-line, so you can have up to 200 people online at the same time, and play games with each other, and play all the original door games.
It's a far cry from I remember calling BBSs up and you're getting pissed off because it was one person at a time getting the busy signal all the time. Will they get off that damn thing and let me dial in?
That's right. That's what drove me to move to the PC so I could have multi-line. And I started with 2 modems and then 4, and then I was up to 14 at one point. Uh, and now I'm back to 1. Because of,
Let me ask you a personal question about the BBS because
Mhm.
a good friend of mine who just passed away a year ago,
Sorry to hear that.
Irwin or Butch Goldstein, who with Carol Goldstein ran the Chicago. I actually programmed it in their house, but they ran it, and it was funny because he would sit there for hours every single day, just staring at the screen, watching what people were doing or waiting for them to call in. Is that something that afflicted you a little bit, Greg?
When I was younger, yeah. When the BBS became more like an online service, which was, in the mid 90s, probably the early 90s, I had 14 phone lines and 14 people coming online, so you couldn't watch everybody. But I kind of would keep an eye on what was happening because you had to have moderation. And one of the things that's a problem with modern world with the internet is that some of the sites don't have any moderation and it just turns into chaos. And I never wanted my system to be like that. I always wanted it to be, you know, free enough to where people could have good conversations, but not so much chaos that, you know, you couldn't let your 8-year-old kid dial in. So,
Okay, let's go along with something a little more lightheaded here. On question number 3, what is your favorite game for the TI or favorite games if
oh,
you
there's so
can't name
many.
one?
Yeah, which kind of game? Like my favorite cartridge game
Okay,
is
okay,
probably
stop. I'll put it to you this way. Okay,
okay.
if
Yeah.
you were stuck on a desert island with a full TI system
Yeah.
and a generator,
Yeah.
but you can only bring 3 games, what would
Yeah.
those 3 games be?
To be Major Tom, which is a disc-based game that's kind of like Major Havoc from the arcade.
Hmm.
There's I'm really a big fan of Bigfoot, which is a cartridge from Milton Bradley.
We just reviewed that. That's a
Yeah.
fantastic game.
Yeah, I
You
love
know, I
that
never
game.
I never bought that because I always thought you had to buy the Milton Bradley system, play it.
Yep. Yeah. And I had it on disc for years and years and years before I even got a Milton Bradley system. So, because somebody had dumped the cartridge. And then what's my other favorite game? Probably Realms of Antiquity because it is so amazing. It is.
And that's still for sale today, I believe.
Yeah, it's still available both on on TI discs and also on Steam.
And
So you
Steam
can,
actually went on sale a short time ago for
yeah.
half price. And
Oh, there you go.
okay, let's see here. Okay, at what point in your life did you decide, you know what, I need to open up a store?
Yeah, that's a
How
good
did that
question.
happen?
Yeah, probably. Well, yeah, it happened in the late 90s. I was buying and selling arcade games and pinball machines, and I decided that I wanted to open up my own store to try to support my habit. And then probably around let's say 2004, 2005, I decided to add retro computers to my store because I was buying and selling the stuff anyway. So I figured I might as well have a store to do it. Before that, I was just putting ads up on the different groups, Yahoo group and the Atari Age and things like Facebook and stuff like that. But the store just became simpler for me to keep track because I was doing so much, you know,
You're breaking up a little bit here. I hope
to
it's
be
not.
on.
There we go.
There you go.
So, people get the impression you must be making $1 million a year with the store, right?
No. Yeah, I pretty much just put things up at cost or maybe cost plus a couple of dollars to cover my time. If I sell a game for $35, that's what it costs me to make it, pretty much. And then, I charge a handling fee to handle for me to put it in an envelope for you. That's
Yeah, I
kind of
think
what
a
I do.
lot of people you might want to explain because a lot of people, they're used to dealing with Amazon and things where they're
Hmm.
selling stuff in bulk and they're able to
Hmm.
like, buy tens of thousands of product at a time. And, when you're probably doing, a half a dozen or a dozen at a time, you probably don't have volume of scale.
Exactly. No
So
volume of scale, and I have to hand make half the things I sell, so it takes time to do that. If I build a cartridge, say that's got a homebrew game on it, I have to solder the board together, burn the ROM, put the ROM on the board, put it in a case, take the label off the case because it used to be TI Invaders or something. I've got a whole bunch of used cartridges here that I just take the label off, make it, clean it up, put the new label on it, and ship it out. That's a lot of labor for each one, and so it's kind of a labor of love, is the best way to put it. I really want to keep the TI alive and keep people using their computers and expanding their computers instead of just having a console with a cassette player. Um,
did you ever figure out how much money you're losing for every sale if you count your labor?
no, I don't even want to think about it. I really don't.
Okay, here's another question for you here because I think we talked about this in another meeting, but for the
Mhm.
purpose of the TI Fair, how the heck do you obtain some of these parts after all these years? It's been over 40 years. Where do you get this stuff?
It depends. A lot of things. There are people out there who bought out warehouses of the TI stuff, and they're sitting on it. And they sell it on eBay or they sell it on the different groups, piece by piece. And I usually hit them up and say, "Hey, do you have this part? How many of them?" If you know Mike Dudek, he's
I
M
know the
Dude on
name, yes,
yeah,
yes.
he's M Dude on eBay. He has a ton of stuff that he got from one of the suppliers that went out of business, and I bought like 100 power supplies from him. a bunch of CC40 stuff, stuff like that. There's another guy in Iowa that has a giant warehouse full of cartridges. So, for instance, I got 1,000 NOS never used cartridges from him, and I use those for new games that I sell, like Super Space Ace or all the Dragon's Lair carts that were sold were on those cartridges cases that are brand new, never used.
Is there anything that new that because I heard on some of the meetings, they part stuff from China and stuff. Is that usually like the chips and boards and stuff, or that's not
Yeah,
something you'll deal with?
yeah, I buy a lot of boards from China to be made, like all the cartridge boards and the expansion boards that we have that are new. They all come from, JLC PCB or PCB Way. Those are Chinese companies because they're cheaper. But that's because if we had them made in the States, they would be $200 a piece. Um, Whereas they're $2 a piece if they come from China for the boards, and then the assembly and the parts and everything else gets added onto that. But
Okay, so in 2025, what seems to be the most popular TI items that you have a hard time keeping on the shelves?
believe it or not, my best-selling item is a composite video cable for the TI. I sold more of those than anything else, because so many people get a TI and it's just the console and they don't have anything to plug it into a modern TV. So they wanted a composite cable. Probably my second most popular items are like the Tippy, which is the expansion system with a Raspberry Pi that allows you to have hard drive internet. Um, it allows you to connect to your TI from your PC, so you don't have to transfer files back and forth. You can just upload them to your TI directly from your PC. It's pretty nice, and it gives you the capability, like I said, you said before, of calling a BBS with Telnet. Um, it'll actually even do web browsing. There's a subset of the web HTML for the TI that was written by a gentleman named Stuart. I think Stuart Connor is his name, and so I sell a cartridge that's a web browser that uses the
Wow.
Tippy. Yeah.
Okay, I heard a rumor. It's just a rumor here that you
hmm
like to collect old retro coin-op video games and things like that. Is there any truth to that?
Yes, and old computers that are not TI like these ones.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, this is like 1/8 of one wall of my museum of technology here. So I have around 100 video games from the 80s and 70s. Um, some games from even older, from the 60s and 50s. And then I have about 30 pinball machines from the 60s up to the 80s.
I'm a
Early 80s.
huge pinball fan. What's your favorite pinball machine?
Oh, it's so hard to pick. Um, it depends on what week it is. This right, lately, if you're talking about a modern pinball, it's Iron Maiden. I really like that pinball a lot. Just because I enjoy the gameplay of it.
I
My
played a
favorite,
simulated version of that. That's an excellent game. I
I go through.
actually, oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just go through cycles. It depends on what month it is. That's what my favorite game is. It's.
I actually owned a Bride of Pinbot machine and a
Mhm,
real one, and I just ended up selling it and then buying a virtual pinball machine
mhm.
instead, which I understand to pinball people that's like sacrilege, but at
I
least it lets me play 100 machines instead of one,
yeah.
even if it's just simulated.
I play virtual pinball more than I play real pinball because I can't sit with my 3-year-old in the pinball room and have her not get into trouble. So I sit in the living room with the Xbox and play, pinball arcade instead. And I was just doing that before this call. As a matter of fact, I was
If
playing.
you ever, if I don't know, because I have a MetaQuest 3 VR machine,
hmm
and they have pinball in VR, and it's actually amazing.
Yeah,
Um, they have the
but they don't.
pinball machine. Go ahead.
But they don't have like all the good ones on there. They have like the Zachariah games, right?
No, 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 no. They have all the good ones now. They're starting all the Williams and Bally and stuff.
Is that with
Adam's
Zen?
Family. No, I'm talking about virtual reality where you put the goggles on your
Yeah,
head.
I have. Yeah,
Uh,
I have a Quest right here.
you got is that a two or a three?
The three.
The three, yeah, I got a three too. But yeah,
Yeah,
they have they
I will
start
have
to
to
have
look into that.
yeah, double check on that because like for example, there's a Jaws one, which of course is not an original machine. It's a third party one, but it's very good. And as you're playing the game, you're standing out in front of the machine,
hmm
and the shark is circling underneath your feet.
Oh,
And
that's
then
cool.
there's Star Wars ones where like Darth Vader is standing next to you with his lightsaber as you're playing the machine.
That
So
sounds
you
like
might want to
Zen.
yeah, well, yeah, but they do have probably a dozen or so of the real machines, like
hmm
Who Done It and some things like that. I used to like
Yeah.
Who Done It because that's very unlike so many of the pinball machines. I
Yeah.
okay,
My
I got a
my
little
favorite
sidetracked
pinballs are
there.
from my favorite
Yeah,
pinballs are from the 80s, Black Knight, Flash Gordon, um I'm trying to think
Flash
of the other
Gordon's
ones.
good.
Sorcerer,
Sorcerer's good.
Yeah, the ones
I
from
like
Gottlieb, like Black Hole and Haunted House. Those are a lot of fun.
Haunted House. That was a real wide one. That was one of those
Yeah.
ultra wides.
And then I
So,
have a collection of all the other wide body Williams pinballs too, or the Bally pinballs. I showed you.
Space Shuttle was a wide. Space Shuttle was a wide one, wasn't it?
No, Space Shuttle's a regular
No,
because I have.
that was a regular one.
It's Space Invaders that was wide.
Space Invaders. That's right. That was cool because it had the dum
big
dum
alien.
dum. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm gonna get sidetracked here. We could talk for hours on pinball machines
That's
here.
right.
Okay. Well, my eighth question was how many you own and what are some of your favorites, but I think we already did that.
Yep.
So let's see. Do you have any interesting hobbies that you'd like to share aside from the ones you've already told us about?
Some of the ones I already told you about. I collect guitars, so I enjoy that a lot. I don't have time to play as much as I'd like.
Electric or Andy Griffith?
Both electric and acoustic.
Okay.
I started collecting guitars kind of like I collect computers, and then I kind of run out of space, so I've got to limit myself. So I only have about 7, but
Okay, here we go. Let's see. Before we close out the interview, I'll give you a chance to shamelessly plug your store and any hot items that you happen to have in stock. Is there anything you want to say out there to the world, to the TI Faire?
Yeah, so they just got some new cartridges in the store. One of them was let me pull them up here. The new Venture cartridge. I'm ordering the stickers for that right now, actually, so they should be here in a week or so.
Is that from the old video game, or?
Yeah, it's a homebrew of the original Venture video game from the arcade. Yeah.
That's the one where you'd go in there and you'd shoot with the arrow.
Yeah, shoot with the arrow, and you go in the little dungeon and the monsters.
Oh, you know how much money I spent when I was cutting class in high school on that stupid game?
Me too, and I have one in my garage. So yeah. So Venture just came out. That's a really great port, and he really made that one fun. And there's the new game that I can't remember the name of because I'm drawing a blank, but it's the one that's got full motion graphics on it. Here, I'll pull it up here. I'll find it. It is called Stealth Runner.
Stealth Runner. What's that about?
Stealth Runner is a full motion game on the TI that runs off of a cartridge, and it has motion captured movement of a full size character on the screen. In fact, I could show it to you if you want me to. But
yeah, go ahead if you got time. Let's see. We have 26 minutes here. We got 12 minutes before we get cut off the free version of Zoom.
Okay, let's see what I can do here. Just loading Classic 99.
And as you're loading it, is Super Space Acer still selling pretty good?
Super Space Acers are slowing down, but they're still available. There's a limited amount of those, so if somebody wants one, they should probably step up and get it.
You heard it now, people. You better start ordering right now.
Right now, yeah. You just got yours, right? Like a week.
Yes, my brother won't. I'm going to give it to my brother Saturday for his birthday, but he won't see he won't see this until after. So
okay.
We're not giving anything away.
All right, good. All right, why is Classic 99 being slow? Okay, there we go. All right. Let me share my screen here. Oh, you disabled sharing, so I can't share.
Oh, how do I do that? How do I see?
You hit the little shield.
The little shield. Oh, host tools, and then hit allow to share screen. There you go.
Thank you. All right, you see that all right?
Yes, there we go.
Let me make sure it's sharing.
I see the text from a screen.
Make sure it's sharing audio because that's worth it. So I'm going to stop and start it again. Sorry.
Okay, no problem.
Share sound. There we go. Okay.
Stealth Runner.
Stealth Runner.
So this is running on a 32K standard PDP TI with a 2 megabit cartridge.
The music's outstanding.
And that,
yeah.
He's using Tercy's awesome mod file player that he wrote. Tercy wrote that, so he used it in a lot of people have been using it in their programs now. So.
Yeah, the music's real loud. We're hardly hearing you.
Okay, I'll turn it off then. So you can see it's like watching a modern video game on a modern computer.
Move with the keyboard and the mouse.
I can't believe this is on a TI.
Yeah, isn't that amazing?
Yeah.
So I got to pick up my health kits here. And then you walk forward.
Collect med kit.
And the speech
Go
is
to the
great.
save point. Press
Oh, it blew me up. So you heal over time, or you can hit control to
press
heal.
shift to speed up.
And then there's
Run
this
to escape
thing's
the drone.
chasing me.
Ah,
Oh, it got me.
yeah.
I healed. There's Ron.
Walk quietly to avoid attention.
So, this is pretty cool, and this is on
Oh,
cartridge.
hell, I should have bought this one instead of, no, I don't want to say, Cersei will be watching this.
Yeah. Super Space Acer is pretty awesome, too. So, but anyway,
This
this is,
I've never seen anything like this
this is
on the
groundbreaking.
TI.
Yeah.
I mean, except for Cersei's Dragon's Lair, which you can't buy anymore, which is a shame.
Yeah, I wish we could make more of that. We tried to get a license so we
Collect
could make some
stones.
more, and they priced it to the point that the TI community can't afford it.
Yeah, it's too
They
bad.
wanted like hundreds of thousands of dollars of licensing upfront.
Wow.
Not gonna happen. So I'm picking up some
So
rocks.
what's the goal of this?
To get to the end, basically. So you're walking through this
Press enter
this
to
zone
throw a
of
stone.
attacking devices and mines and things like that. So
Distract
this
the
drone's
drone
coming to
with
get me,
stone.
and so if I turn over here and throw a rock, it'll chase the rock.
Oh, like
and I'll run
the
away.
yeah.
Right. And
Oh.
I run right into it because that's how good I am at this game. So. And it actually works with the mouse if you have a Tippy mouse, because Tippy allows you to plug a USB mouse into the Tippy
Collect
and then use it
EMP
on the TI.
batteries.
I didn't know that about the tip. I have a Tippy. How come you didn't tell me I can plug a USB mouse into it?
You can, but only the software that supports it. So
Oh, I see. Okay.
To swap weapons.
What's that?
that's a turret.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So let's see.
I think it's going to shoot you.
It's gonna try and shoot me. There's a way to. Of course, I wasn't paying attention when it told me what to do. I think it's space. There, I blew it up. I just switched
Okay.
weapons.
Let's
Collect
And then
grenades.
the Crazy Climber just came out too. I'm not sure if we're going to release that on cartridge or not, but that's another game that just came out.
I love Crazy Climber. So what's the now? What's your criteria for deciding to put something on a cartridge or not? I mean, how do you decide that?
The combination of things. Number one, whether the author will let me. I always ask permission from the authors before I release any of their software, because that's just respectful. And a lot of these authors, they're writing something that has that can be considered copyrighted by somebody else. Like for instance, Rasmus wrote a Mario Brothers, the arcade, Super Mario
I've
Brothers.
seen that, yeah.
Is Nintendo, and so he will not let me sell that because he's afraid of the Nintendo getting mad.
I
And
think
I
we
don't
know a
blame
little
him.
bit about Nintendo. You
Yeah,
don't want to
yeah.
mess with Nintendo.
No, you don't want to mess with them. So, Crazy Climber is owned by companies that probably he won't give me permission for that one. Whereas all of his games he wrote himself that are original titles, I sell his cartridges for that. So like.
So do you just sell games on your store, or what else do you sell for the TI?
Everything.
Everything.
You name it, I sell it. I'm actually just going to start carrying the cartridges from Stefan, which is the passport, and his memory tester that he just wrote. That is a very extensive memory test cartridge that actually tells you which chips on your memory board are bad.
Okay, if we want to buy all this stuff from you, how do we do that?
You just go to arcadeshopper.com on the web and go to the store. That's where it is.
Okay, that sounds good. Okay, thanks, Greg, for taking the time out of your busy schedule to talk to us, and more particularly for your continued support for the TI. I know there's a few others, but there's not many, and we should really cherish and support who we still have. I know you're not making a lot of money for this, so it's a labor of love. Do you have any last words for the fairgoers out there? Because you weren't able to make it this year.
Yeah, I wish I could make it this year. I keep saying every year that I'm going to try and get to Chicago, and it's really tough from Oregon to get there, especially with the economy the way it is. But
I understand.
Maybe I'll next year. But yeah, I just if you want something in the store, I would go for it. And one of the problems we're having right now is with the expenses are going up for shipping due to the economy and the tariffs and everything. So, like for instance, I'm carrying the Pico 99 18As. Those come from Australia, so I have to pay extra shipping for those now. So they went up in price. So If you
So
see
buy it
something you
now.
want, if you see something you want, you probably should buy it before the prices go up. So.
Okay, Greg, thanks very much, and I appreciate this, and I hope that next year we're able to find a way to get you over here. Okay.
That'd be great. Love
Okay. I'd love to see a nice, big, huge table filled up with arcade shopper crap.
Yeah. Sounds
Thanks
great.
again. Let's see here how this works.
To come over. For years and years and years, I called him on the phone, and he says, yeah, well, Hal, I'm a little busy this year, but next year. That was 5 or 6, 7, 8, 10, 12 years ago, every year. If someone would be willing to go out and tell John that he wants to play a game now, and we've got another game to play, so if someone can open the door. He's getting interviewed by a nice young lady from Northwestern, Daily Northwestern, I guess it is. He should be over in the corner somewhere, maybe. And I'll vamp in the meanwhile. We have more videos. We're going to, as I said, have this game. I don't know which game it is. It might be a game that we started to use. Are we not working? Start over? All right. At any rate, we have more to show you. We have more videos. We may have more. Well, tell him he's holding up the whole show. At any rate, do we have a different? Is it on or no?
Dead.
Dead. Okay, where's that one? I bought these just to use for the fair, and hopefully they're both charged up. You know if it's working. We have another technical glitch, of course.
Sorry.
How's it working?
What are we doing?
You wanted to do a game.
Yeah.
Okay, well, get it ready.
Oh, you were talking to me.
No, you're talking, but
We're all ready.
all set to go?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, who wants to have some fun? Okay, I only got room for 6 people, so it's the first 6 people. First 6 people, okay. We're going to have a contest. We got some really nice prizes for this one. I want people to be honest with me right now because this is a puzzle contest, like jigsaw puzzles. Who likes jigsaw puzzles? Who's good at them? Okay. Well, the first 6 people, and if there's more than 6 people, I want you to fight over it, but don't use your fist. Go sit down in one of those chairs and don't touch the envelopes yet. You'll see them. There's 6 chairs over there in the corner. Okay? Are we able to move the camera, or is it a problem? John, is camera moving hard, or is it?
We can swing it
tilt
around.
it or zoom it?
But it's going to be tough to with the cables. It's going to be tough, John.
That's okay, as long as they can see something.
Yeah.
Security through obscurity.
We need 2 more. We have 2 more seats. 3 more seats. Why would I say 2? Wait, slow your table. 1 more seat, anybody?
It's been on camera.
Some of these are like puzzles.
It's been on camera. It's been in the background. It's been on the background. They've seen it.
Okay, here's how this is going to go, okay? There is a puzzle of a picture of a TI. There's 3 different pictures. So you can't shoot.
Technical glitch right there, keep losing a banner.
Somebody will tell us. So when I say you mark it, set, go, open up the envelope. Now in there, there'll be a picture of what it's supposed to look like. I'm not evil. Okay? And I know space is going to be a little bit of constraint, so don't blow the other guys off the table. All things like that. And just the first person to put together, will be so we're going to number 1 through 6. Everybody's going to get a prize, so don't worry about it.
Tip the table over.
Tip the table, yeah, like half an hour, yeah, you're not going to win. Okay, so if one person wins or 2 people win, keep going, okay? Because we're going to do. On your mark, get set, go! Did the envelope? Yeah, the envelope. No, my fingers don't have it. Sorry. It's the size of 4 pieces of paper to give you an idea. 2 and 2. So yeah, try to. The people on the edge of the table try to pull closer to the edge so the guy in the middle has room. They've all been cut a little differently, so there's no. One gentleman in the lead because he's got a TI-99 Faire already up.
Yeah, it works. When you're done, blow it up.
Like background music. You volunteer to do the acapella?
I love your hat.
Shake my head. You should get one.
Yeah. You're gonna have to read it over. All it says is NWS.
If you double click, it does the same one. Single click, it goes one to the next. But bring it to the next meeting. Bring it to the next meeting. They're starting to actually look like TIs. Most of them. None of you expect to be doing a jigsaw puzzle in the fire.
There's not enough room.
Yeah, you can do it in sections.
We had a limited number of tables. I apologize. I'd love to give everybody their own table.
This diagnostics test. Old memory tester, a keyboard test, a RAM test.
Is that the cartridge?
Yeah, this is a bin file.
But is that the official TI cartridge?
I don't know whose
Or is it the third
diagnostics
party?
test this is.
I don't remember seeing something like that. Handset test, what's that? Okay, I'm done.
Okay, so we got a winner. You're number one. Keep going, guys. Just remember the number one. It's on our system.
I'll make this helpful.
I've never seen that before. I think Adderford should be in here. Space bar?
So it's blue buttons.
Oh, that. I thought
I know.
You're right.
The memory tester I was doing.
They overlap.
Yeah, the automatic test is.
Oh, we had a ringer.
It does tests, but it's not comprehensive. It's telling you what chip or what memory.
Oh, no, it's not cut like puzzle pieces, so you can't do like. Number two, congratulations. Keep going. We got 1 and 2. Remember, everybody's going to win, so. The only thing with the last 2 people is that we'll make fun of you. Don't worry about that. You're another puzzle person?
But you got all the puzzle pieces.
Well, the thing was that was part of the reason why we just something that one by one.
Yeah, we use multicolored pencils, rock.
I'm going to ask both of you when we're done, or everybody actually, because it took us quite a long time to laminate all these. If you can put them back, I know that's kind of.
So this was, yeah, all the stuff here is,
Like, we're using them in a later date.
Yeah.
pretty girl on it. He did a great job.
Look at that. It's the fun. This actually, that's for Xerox.
Most of your stuff's bad, but it doesn't tell you where. Where yours tells you what chip and what memory. Like James said, he has a logic pulses that enforce high or low any pins on a memory chip on the one location.
It's called diagnostic. I've never heard of it.
That's why I just.
TI stuff? I don't know where that's from.
I've never
Because
seen
I've got so much stuff.
And it has like, joystick with that.
Yeah, that's nice. I've got so much stuff from so many different locations. That's cool. And I go, oh, okay, here's a bin file, I'll put that on the Yeah. Yeah, I can make you.
It's called diagnostic.
Yeah. I don't have the technology to get into these bin files. Yeah, read them. It's like on the screen, excuse me, on the screen when, where was that at? In my reader. Yeah, on the screen, sometimes I'll change the name. That comes
Okay, we got
up.
number 3.
And I might change it, but I can't do it with regular PC. Software that will read this.
Number 3.
It just comes up with the name diagnostics test. And it stems out of VDP memory.
It's gotta be a TI.
It's TI, yeah. It stems out of VDP memory because that title screen there, the TI comes up okay, and the diagnostics test. And then a lot of these bit files are modified. It's testing your memory. VDP memory?
I bet you that's what the practice is.
Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah.
We need a copy of that. I think Greg should sell it to the card. And you think you'd be able to produce it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd love that. I'll put it in my financial.
Where do you want to find it?
We done? You got another one?
SD card.
Or you're going to put it away? Oh, John done? Oh, thank you. Hey, John's not gonna go before.
Because I've got all these files. I got like 1,000 files. Yeah. Yeah, we can show this stuff. These are all the bin files. Thank you. Now there's a micro card in that adapter. That's a very nice colored photo.
I have something like that, actually, but not like this cool.
This thing's got, I think, most of the Faire discs on it. I'm trying to compile it, because I'll need 8 copies of the Chicago Live tour. So what I'm doing is I'm going, well, here's the first disc I did, minus the Live 5 discs, here's the second one. And there's a lot of discs, because there were duplicates of each other, but then updated for a few years. Then I got stuff like
4 years ago, they were using
very hard supposedly piece of yes. He was smiling. He put every program on that flash. So I'm sitting there.
Well, I mean, we're not gonna make the exact, as long as we know that you know what you're done.
I had to,
Not exact scientist.
index them. Copy. So when I go through the Barry Arms design here, that's about 6
Everybody gets
months
it.
of work
I always
on
try to.
straightening it out in a logical way.
And then when I ran out of camel spit, so don't worry about that.
The plate.
I brought the world up. You know what, you can read the back of the James. I
can send it to you. So if I can tell you where that diagnostics is. On this blue resets the console, red resets the that was G, was that G for tools?
Probably. Roll down.
Oh, diagnostics. So that's what it will be. Let's go back again. Final round. Second page.
Initially, I forgot, then I found it again.
Go back.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, diagnostics. That's what that is. Otherwise, you'll spend half a day.
I didn't mean to.
Because I got multiple levels.
But that's B.
Yeah.
There it is. Yeah, there it is. Okay.
Well, I go to diet, I go to,
How about this is not in circulation? Oh, we didn't know.
I'm afraid you're right.
Huh? I think so.
Sometimes
Yeah, they got me in there.
It's easiest.
What?
Something like what, 2000?
Yeah, you were just giving to my wife.
Two or something like that. Was one of the last things we demonstrated. Yeah, all the Play-Doh.
That sound.
Hey, who was number one?
PC name.
Come up, number one.
Texas Instruments.
If I had more room, it would have been so much faster.
So I had.
Any of the boxes, you can look through them if you want, pick whatever you want. Those are the banners over there, that's pictures from there, those are games. Did you put those did you put the bubbles back in there? Oh, you did already? Oh, I thought you said it was ripped.
Oh, you're right. 20 things, but then I.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, whatever, take a picture, hold on, take a picture.
I included that on the disc.
He'll come back, don't worry, he wants us to work.
Oh, yeah, and somebody
There's a little
came up
picture
with
with
the.
the
Okay, everybody up against the wall.
Sounds like a
Remember the
party.
70s up against the wall? We got the gun. All right, up against the wall. Everybody up against the wall.
I guess we'll do the rest of the awards after the picture.
Where are we doing them up? Which wall?
This wall right here.
Now, Mark, up against the wall.
Group picture.
I've heard that.
You got the nod for all.
Put the ladies in front.
I don't see the height bar.
Get back. There are 6 winners. They all won.
It was number 2, I know it was. It was number 2, he did it.
Number 3, to move it a little closer. 2 rows.
No, I thought we were just doing the contest. He's taking the picture.
Excellent, excellent.
Should I do the awards on Jen?
He just did it again.
Vertically challenged.
But I think this is excellent publicity. Now, guys, unless we have a wide angle and.
Move in. 2 rows.
Not too close, I have eggs in my pocket.
What we're gonna have to do.
No ass grabbing.
Then we're gonna need a couple more chairs. Ladies and gentlemen, to the wall. Come on now, to the wall.
Everybody.
Guys, everybody to the wall. Everybody to the wall.
Another brick in the wall.
Yeah, squinch in there, grab it, no.
My wife is green, don't touch her.
Who's gonna snap the picture?
Good question, where did John go? He's got,
We don't have
there
Have someone take the picture we don't like.
who's got a camera that
Oh,
we
we
can?
can take pictures. I got a camera right
We need a
there.
Some
camera.
smartphones have wide lenses.
I can get it. You wanna get in now?
We need it, no, we need a camera, we gotta get many.
Hold
up.
John's doing it.
We're doing panoramic.
Camera with a timer.
No. Why don't we grab somebody from outside?
Or a panoramic.
I haven't seen John move this fast all day.
Oh, yeah, I'm tired, duh.
Okay, that thing stand up? Oh,
There you go.
That means we need Hal on this side of the table.
Come over here, Al.
Yeah, that's good in the picture.
what the hell? Did anybody see this? This is John's handiwork again.
No.
I rather think this is a better.
Where'd those girls go? They were here earlier.
Yeah,
They
I
left.
did that on
They left?
the
I think
bookmark.
so.
Anyone get in the picture?
Yeah, does your wife like all those young ladies lined up behind you?
Get in here, Al.
All right. Can you get the whole?
Yeah, get in the picture.
Now you talk.
He's a pain in the ass, isn't he,
I'm
John?
allergic to having fun.
Somebody, I'm gonna hide again.
Oh, I blinked. Oh my God, I haven't seen a Polaroid thing in a zillion years.
Is it gonna like give you a countdown? Huh? You gonna countdown or something? Like beep, beep, beep?
Do you have a Bluetooth remote?
So we gotta smile for like 5 seconds.
Is it starting?
I gotta hold my breath.
Smile, guys.
Do something?
Yeah, it's good.
It doesn't make a click noise.
It's the
You
future.
know, the old cameras used to flash a little
Oh,
bit. Oh.
Got all the feet, right?
We try
Do you have to
again?
smile again?
Is this gonna be quicker than this morning?
I have a feed for that.
He's like, you son of a bitch.
You actually get the whole group in here?
Nope. Oh, I'm sorry.
We can't move any
Point to
further
one.
back, so you're gonna.
You?
have to move
Some
further
smartphone,
back.
one smartphone.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Sorry,
We'll
Charlie.
do
I
panorama
believe
for
in
you.
cameras bit.
I'm sorry.
John, no, the half back, you look this way.
Look at it.
Huh?
The camera's kind of.
Yeah, that
Like
did
a
one.
GoPro.
There.
That's a little tilty. It's a little thinner.
You probably want to put a box on
Don't
both.
stretch out any more than that.
Should I do the Japanese thing?
Are we all?
How far do they have to shrink
I don't know, I'll about to find out.
What's the timer?
1,000 seconds.
1,000 seconds.
All right, everyone smile.
4,000 seconds? Nope.
We don't know.
You just the ticking stuff.
It just
He
doesn't.
just clicks it and it works.
Mad you hear the ticking?
Did it work?
I think so, that was good.
Hey!
Your fingers never left your hands.
Can we see it?
Do the major
See,
award.
my son and I go on break.
Yes, my favorite fries, absolutely nothing.
Make sure.
Where'd it go?
Very cool.
Oh, you put it in the bowl?
Oh my God, how fast you go.
What happened to the phone? What? Okay, that's fine.
I know, I
Oh, that one, that was good. Okay.
It's not amazing. I mean, how the hell did you do this? I almost saw it
Your price here.
on my boat. Yeah, and then it dawns on me, I've never been on the boat wearing that hat before. So, and it's exactly the same.
How they can really like
Oh, you can't believe anything you see anymore now. I mean, the KGB could have.
That was me.
Okay, come over here and pick one of
KGB
these
could
boxes,
have,
any boxes you want.
Putin
And Dave's gonna take
you
a
know,
picture of
and
it where he's
it
at.
would look real. It would,
Let's see.
I think that, I think that's the other way around.
So I must talk to
That'll work.
Anyway, but that is.
Very cool. You should frame
And
You got a rat on top of it?
I should send this to all the people that didn't show up.
I don't see what you're missing.
Yeah.
Number
If you,
three. You get the lens wipes.
are we still live? Are we still
Pick any of the boxes.
broadcasting all of
There's
this?
little pictures of what they are.
Where's our broadcast engineer? He's over there somewhere. I don't know what we're doing.
Those are the banners, of course, that hang on.
Dan, how dare you wear a Commodore shirt?
It's vintage
computer festival shirt.
I know what the back of the shirt.
You got a Commodore shirt?
It's vintage computer festival in the Midwest, but it's got
I'm just kidding. Wait, give me 1 second.
Commodore convention is on the back.
Number three is taking a sweet time.
Okay.
Well, I'm an officer of an Atari club, so pick which one you want to burn me as a witch for.
Yeah, all right.
You are an officer? Sorry.
Yeah, I'm acting president.
Somebody got a couple nails and a board. We're gonna cruise.
So my badge still says vice president.
Yeah, we're gonna.
You know, who's number four?
All right.
Number four!
So, yeah.
Is there a number four in the building?
She accused a good guy that ran the club for over 20 years.
You're number four. Pick any of the boxes you want.
You know, I haven't had a chance to.
No, that goes up. Let's put it again. My wife will exchange everything, whatever.
I don't know anything about the art. I bought it because I wanted to.
Okay. Number five. We have a number five. I don't see him. Where is he? I think he's forfeiting because he's not here.
The show is still going on. We'll continue to go on. If I could just get
Any of
everybody.
these boxes here. You got banners, you got buttons, you got.
Me without a
Yeah,
gun.
they weren't.
The little picture in the corner shows one stick man.
All right, what's our next video?
Let's see. Scott Adams.
Scott Adams would be good.
Let's see. Scott Adams, we also have Turkey.
Jersey?
It
Jersey would
sounds
be
like we're
good.
starting to get a conference.
What?
No, I like
Anders
everything.
person.
I mean,
All
I'm a
right.
member of this club.
Boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, can I have everybody's attention? Where's my whistle?
We should get you a whistle.
Come on and take your seat. We got more presentations.
Did you get one last year? Oh, there you go.
Wait, Gary,
basically how to share.
Yeah.
It's it. More presentations coming up right now.
Video mode? Who's number 6? There's a young man. Young man, you're number 6, right? You get a prize.
Steven? Mark? Erwin?
Any of these boxes?
Everybody. Got more presentations. Dan, Vic, John.
Yeah.
More presentations. We're going right now.
Why don't we do
We're going to roll it right now. This is Anders Person.
Anders Pearson? Okay.
Yep. Ready? Here we go.
Okay, we're
Here with Anders Pearson. Did I say your name right?
Yes, more
More or less. I'm like 90% Swedish, but I've never been there. So, for all intents and purposes, I'm American. So, well, we're here with Anders Pearson, a longtime TI enthusiast from Sweden, and member of the Swedish group Programbiten. Is that how you say it?
Programbiten.
You say it.
A pun of the words of program and bits, you know, and so on. So the newsletter was called Programbiten as well, just as the user group.
And frequent contributor to their very professional newsletter. I actually looked it up, and it was very well done. Mr. Pearson is an expert in several programming languages and has been writing some of the very popular articles for the Chicago Times newsletter for the past 2 years on Pascal. As an expert in the TIP code card, Mr. Pearson has written many articles and programs in numerous publications, including Micropendium. Mr. Pearson has been kind enough to sit down with me for a short chat about his life and involvement with our TR community. This will be shown at the upcoming Chicago TI International World Fair. So on to the questions. Okay, Mr. Pearson, may I address you as Anders? And then I got, please say yes.
Yes.
Tell us a little about yourself and how you got involved with the TI community.
Yeah, I started out studying computer science and electrotechnics. I'm a graduate engineer in electrical engineering. During that time, of course, I acquired a calculator, and it happened to be the Texas Instruments 59. So that's where I started to learn what programming was all about. And then, of course, I learned more once I started to go to the Lund Institute of Technology. At that institute, I was in 1982 responsible for the sales of calculators through the pupils or their group there, and introduced the TI-99 4A among our calculators from Texas, Casio, Hewlett-Packard. So I kind of sold the 99 4A to myself, and that's how I got involved with the TI-99.
Did you give yourself a discount?
Yes, of course. Well, and then obviously was exposed to BASIC. At school, we learned Fortran, Pascal, Modular 2, various assembly languages for various CPUs. And then in my professional career, I've been working as an electrical systems designer. And electrical systems today involve programmable logic controllers, and they have their own quirks and so on, especially in the older days. Now they tend to settle on something called 61131. It's a European and ISO standard. In that standard, there is one language that is called structured text, which by coincidence happens to have a lot of inspiration from Pascal, which of course is the language I prefer when I can choose myself.
I was going to ask you what your favorite was, but I don't think we have to even ask that. Code card and Pascal for the TI. How did this come about, and is Pascal your preferred computer language to write in? Of course, you just answered that already, but how did you get involved with Pascal and the TI?
The primary language at the Institute of Technology when I studied there at the early 1980s, C had not started to become really popular. Fortran was considered too stiff and old age. It was more like a jazzed up BASIC, or It is rather the other way around, but and ALGOL was getting out of fashion. So Pascal was the language that was used for virtually everything in school, unless we wanted to do object-oriented programming when it was modular 2. But since the brunt of it was Pascal, and I happened to have a computer system that was growing. I had the console, I got the expansion box and so on. And then I got involved in running a column in this Swedish, a column called The Challenge, where you could write and post a problem that you wanted to solve, or you could post solutions. And guy to be able to handle all the languages that it actually supported. So that was actually the first reason for getting the P-code card, which is the whole key to running Pascal on the computer. So that's how it started.
Yeah, because I remember the P-code card. I never did get one of those, but we'll talk a little bit about that later. But it was fairly expensive, if I remember correctly. Something that was cheap. Let's see.
It was not. But since I already had all the other hardware, it was not so much of a step from that point.
Okay, well, what type of programs have you written? Games, utilities, applications? What is it? You routines? What's your specialty?
Well, I think what I have made most on the TI is probably fiddling with the operating system. Either I have found new ways of using the existing system, like adding the bitmap graphics to run under the P system, or introducing true multitasking that can be used with Pascal, or I have been writing things to work with the hardware that I have invented, since I've also built my own hardware when there was nothing to buy and I wanted something. And of course, if you have hardware, you need a driver, so you need to develop that. And all this I have accumulated into a library. The P system has the feature of a system library where you can store resources that any program can refer to without you having to rewrite them and include them in every program. You just use them, so it's quite convenient. If we look at applications, I have written a few that have been useful for something else than the computer itself. One was a scoring system for the sports club I'm involved in, which made it easier to calculate the scores over the year. The other one is a special program that I developed together with another TI user, where we made dimensioning of dust evacuation systems. And when I talk about dust evacuation systems, you can imagine a sawmill or a carpentry shop or something where you have machines that produce a lot of sawdust and you want to evacuate that. Then you have to connect pipes and you have to calculate how much airflow should you have and what subpressure should you have and so on. These calculations are in themselves fairly simple, but you get a lot of them. And when you start optimizing the system, you change a pipe size and that influences the whole airflow. You have to do the calculation again, and then maybe you need to change another pipe size and so on. So that meant that people never did that, which resulted in less optimal systems, of course. This friend of mine, he was running a company designing such things, and with the program that he started on, because he had the knowledge about how to do the calculations, and then I finished because I knew how to program, a situation where he was requested an offer in the afternoon. Your competitor said it takes a week. That's for them, he said. So literally, in a couple of hours, he could do the math better than their competitors could do in a week. So that is one of the few applications I know of that has actually been running on a TI and been a commercial success. Not a commercial success in selling many copies, but for the results it performed.
Okay, I'm going to ask you something that I didn't send you ahead of time, just to throw you for a loop here. I'm looking at a little submission that you made in October of 1985 to Micropendium, and it's about the call say being able to count numbers. You remember such a program that you submitted? The use of call say? Yeah.
The num count thing, yes.
What was the reason for you writing this?
We had a thing we were doing where we.
Well,
we
let me stop you right
to,
there. Explain what it does, so because I'm besides me and you knowing it, and then tell me why you wrote it.
Yeah, the program or the sub-program was the idea was that you could throw a number to it, like 54, and then it would pick it apart and actually say 54 with the speech synthesizer, or 196 or whatever you wanted. I needed a program to verify numbers that were typed in, and we started doing it with a friend of mine reading the numbers, and then we realized that we have a speech synthesizer. You can let the computer do it. But the speech synthesizer is not really good at just reading numbers directly unless you have text to speech, and then you can't run extended basic. So that's why I wrote this sub-program, so that it picks a number apart and speaks it out properly in English.
If I remember correctly, when you would submit a regular number, it would just say 123 instead of 123, right?
Yes, so the program does it properly. It can say 862 or whatever.
I wanted to see if you had a good memory there, and apparently you still remember back to 1985.
Yeah.
You were stranded on a desert island with only a full TI system and a generator, and some gasoline, of course, to run the generator. What would you do with it?
Yeah, I was thinking about that, and I would think that I would probably fix the things that never were implemented in my bitmap graphics system for the P system, because I made it possible to do drawings using bitmap in the P system, so you can do that under Pascal, but you cannot save images to disk or retrieve them later. I do know how to do that, but I have never taken the time to do it. So I would start by fixing that.
Okay, very interesting. Okay, that's always an interesting question. That kind of reveals a person's personality. You know, let me see here. Okay, did you play any TI games back in the day? And if yes, what were some of your favorites? If no, it'll be a really short question.
But when I was at the Lund Institute of Technology, I had a couple of friends there who also had TI-99 computers. I think we were a bit rare, maybe in the whole world, in the fact that we were 4 people with P-code cards within walking distance from each other. And sometimes we got together condominium where we students live, and we acquired a disease we called defender thumb. So that you can understand that yes. We have been pressing the fire button too many times. So that was one game we played occasionally, but the games from TI Invaders to Parsec, and I actually solved the Infocom adventure called Witness completely without cheating once.
I used to love the Infocom. Well, of course, I love the Scott Adams. Those came first, but yeah, the Witness was excellent. I played a number of the Infocom games. I still think that text adventures hold up today. But you know, obviously the kids won't give it a chance because there's no pretty graphics. But yeah, you know, even the best graphics can't override what your imagination is. So. Listening to this for the first time at the fair. He's our fair coordinator, and he's been doing the fairs for decades now. And we remember playing. You remember the game Car Wars, where you drive around a circle and you got to try to avoid the car that's going to try to run right into you head on. He tried that game for years apparently, and he kept crashing because he never realized that you were able to speed up the car. So he would just go real slow around until the car would run into him. And I remember a couple months ago at the fair, not the fair, at one of the user group meetings, we told him, he says, you know, hell, you could speed the car up. He's like, nobody told me that. So, okay. Go ahead.
I remember pole position. That's also a racing game.
Oh, yeah. I played at the arcade when I was a kid in high school. I used to put a lot of quarters into that. Prepare to qualify. I think that's what it used to say. It would say prepare to qualify. Okay, here. What hobbies do you have, and what do you like to do in your spare time?
Well, I am a chairman of a sports club, and our main branch is what we call orienteering, and that's actually a name or a word even in English today. Whereas the United States Orienteering Federation, it's when you get a map and a compass, and then you have some control points to visit in the woods. First one back wins. So that's what we do for recreation and so on. And then I'm also interested in photography. And I combined that. Yesterday, for example, I was at one of these competitions taking photos of other people's running instead. These photos are then published in an annual magazine where the income from the sales go to promoting youths that are good at orienteering. So we try to feed back to the community, so to speak.
Very interesting. I was just wondering, do they have geocaching over there? We do that here in America, where you hide something and you put the coordinates in there and give some clues, and you go out in the woods and you try to find the little with your handheld. Well, back then you used to actually have a GPS. Now you could do it with your phone.
I have a past as a beta tester or even alpha tester for Garmin. And when I got these Garmin units back in the early 21st century, one thing I tried using them for was geocaches. I found 352 or something before I closed down that activity. So
wow,
yes,
apparently I accidentally asked the right question.
Including finding some in the US. I used to go geocaching when I was out traveling for business. So since I've been working for a company that sells machines worldwide, and our biggest market is the US, I've been there a number of times, 62, I think it is now.
Not that you're keeping track or anything.
No, pandemics and so on. So I started to, and sometimes we didn't have anything to do, just waiting to see if something would break down. Trips.
Wow, it's very impressive. Well, us as Americans, we need to travel more outside our own country and learn how not to be obnoxious sometimes. But that's a different subject.
I was at O'Hare once and waiting in line for security, and I heard somebody speaking Swedish. So they looked at the line and said it's a pretty long line. And then I told them in Swedish, well, after the corner you see there, it's equally long until you actually reach security. Oh, they said, are you here often? And without lying, at that time, it happened to be true. So I told them, well, I was here 4 weeks ago. So, of course, I looked like the very big globetrotter.
Remember what year that was by chance?
Past Chicago. Scandinavian Airlines has a flight that normally leaves at 10 o'clock from Chicago and brings it to Copenhagen overnight.
The reason I bring it up is I've been retired 5 years, but I was a Chicago police officer for 35 years. In my last 10 years of my career, I was assigned to O'Hare Airport. So, quicker, but that was then. I'm retired now, so I can't help you now. Okay, I got a couple more questions before we round this up. Did you know about the Chicago TI fairs, and if so, did you ever attend one?
I've never been in Chicago when the fair was going on, so no, I've unfortunately not attended any.
Okay, well, you'll be kind of halfway there this year, at least in spirit and video. I'm sorry, Anders, I didn't mean to be rude.
Retire next year, and my partner, she has never been in the United States, so I think that at least we have to take one trip to the US. Maybe we should schedule it for the TI Fair. I think I will not have to reveal that to her before actually going, or she may try to changed my mind, but
well, there's a lot of things in Chicago besides our fair, of course, and
yeah, sure.
you know, museums and, you know, different restaurants and things like that. So it's not like you wouldn't be coming just for the fair, I would hope. But
No,
well, I won't hold you to it, but we'll keep our fingers crossed that we might have a guest speaker next year.
maybe.
A newly retired Anders.
Yeah, sure.
Now, I know you read this question because I sent them to you ahead of time, and so I know you're not going to, I don't want you to get mad at me here, but Anders, I'm going to admit something to you, and please don't take offense. I hate Pascal. When I learned my first programming language, which was Fortran, I know you brought it up earlier, it was similar enough to TI Basic that I used to program my school assignments in TI Basic, and then I translate them back to Fortran and then turn the papers in. After years of programming spaghetti code in Basic and using go-to commands like they were going out of style, they tried to teach me Pascal in college. I was not allowed to use go-to commands. It drove me crazy. I mean, I looked up the manual, and whatever version we had at Loyola University had go-to commands in there, but the professor told me if I used them, he'd fail me. So, when I wrote a game, I often made it up as I went along. You know, I would just start adding stuff to it, pieces and pieces and pieces. Pascal kind of requires you to structure everything ahead of time, or at least helps. Did this cause you any problems, and did you find yourself having to plan out your programs ahead of time, or is it? I mean, I'm not anywhere near skilled like you are in programming, but I was just wondering if you know, because you said earlier that you use Fortran and you use Basic. Was there a little bit of Pascal, or is your mind just that structured?
Structure, but it does encourage structure, and it encourages you to define your data before you start working on it. So from that point of view, the whole idea of Pascal is actually ahead of its time because it's a bit object oriented. You start by defining your objects, and then you define the operations on them, the code, even if it's not the way that you create methods in a modern object oriented language. But I think the fact that it kind of, if not forces, so at least encourages you to think through your data before you start, it usually gives you a good result quicker. And then you can make more good results and have more fun instead of trying to wade through too many go-tos to figure out where they are going and eventually find out they are going in a circle, and that's why you got stuck. So no, I would rather say that I think it's a benefit. It's not a hindrance, so to speak, in programming.
That if any kind of college professors got a hold of any of my spaghetti code, they would use it as an example how not to program. It may work, but it certainly isn't pretty. So, I want two more things. One thing is there anything that I forgot to ask you that you would like to bring up, or did I cover everything?
Computer, which is a bit modified. It's in the room very close here, so I can walk over there if you want to see it.
I would love to see it. Here we go. We're walking. We're walking.
Yes. So I took a different room for the interview, and now we just see. I think I can flip the camera over. Yes. So here you see my computer system. As you can see, I have more than one expansion box. We have a TI box at the bottom, and then I have built my own to host 2 drives that were stolen from an IBM PC. The PC was converted to have 2 half-height drives and 1 5. That was really big, you know, in the early 80s. And I had to build a box to put them into. And then we have my little analog joystick, which may be a bit difficult to see here. Let's see if we can lift it up a bit. So there is a stick some buttons to press and so on.
You TI joysticks to keep those?
And, I do have them too, but it was on of my own. So this one has electronics inside. As you can see, there are 3 small buttons with LEDs, and I can turn the LEDs on and off from the program. There's also a display with 3 digits. So if you use it, for example, with TI Artist or something, you can select to show the X or Y coordinates as you are moving around with the joystick. It contains 4x4-bit dual port memory. So the computer can write to that memory the numeric data at the same time as the joystick is displaying them on the display segments here, the 7-segment displays. There are 3 different PCBs inside stacked on top of each other to fit everything inside the little box. Then if we go to the computer, it has one of these maximum, see, I can turn on another lamp so we get some more light on the things here. It's getting dark, you know, in Sweden nowadays. I have one of these maximum modules, which is an alternative to the graham cracker from Gregor and I in Canada. And on the screen, we can see it making it work. This is Pascal running in bitmap mode. I'll probably get some flicker from the real monitor here, but it is as it is. So what it does now is that it calculates random numbers and then filter them through a convolution. So you can compare the black line, which is filtered, with a white line that is coming here now that has no filtering, and that varies more. So it's an example of an application that is running in Pascal and using the bitmap mode, something TI never thought about to begin with, but I figured out how to make it possible. And then on the side, I have a little netbook that is acting as a printer. I have a serial interface to that one so that I can print from this computer and then send the printout further on to my real printer in the network.
You're going to make a lot of people watching this very jealous.
So inside my own box, I have 2 cards. I can't easily show them now since I'll have to turn it off and open up. The first thing I built was a real-time clock because I wanted one so that I can, for example, do math. You can perhaps see down here. But here, the clock has calculated the time it took to draw the drawer.
Your audio is cutting out there, Anders.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, the real-time clock is used to calculate the time it takes to draw the graphs in this case. I've also included it to automatically update the date. So P system has dates for the files and so on. At that time, there was no real-time clock that you could buy. The card was not launched and so on, so I had to make my own. And then is an I/O card. So it has digital inputs and outputs and analog inputs for the joystick. So the joystick is connected to that card that I also have designed myself. That's the hardware I built from this machine. Well, this console has 64K RAM built in addition to the. And some who have read my posts on Atari Age knows that I made it so that it's not only a replacement for the standard 32K memory expansion, but with 0 bits, I can enable the standard expansion as well. So I can have 2 different pages of 32K memory expansion available. And I can also pay and so on to get the full 64K RAM in the machine if I want to.
Oh, that's incredibly impressive. I'm actually looking at one of your schematics that's labeled internal memory expansion block diagram, and I only had enough electrical shop in high school to know that I don't understand this, but it's very impressive. Before we close this down, because I'm running out of time on my free Zoom, Thank you, Anders, for taking the time out of your busy schedule to talk to us and for your continuing support of the TI community. Particularly, I want to thank you for being an early supporter of our reinvented newsletter. You're one of the main contributors every month, and I can't tell you how much I appreciate it and the people out there reading your excellent articles. Do you have any last words for all the fair goers that are out there? Or do you just want to close it with a wave or whatever?
No, I would say that keep on having fun. You may only live twice, so better take good value of it while it lasts.
Okay, thank you, Anders, very much. Let me see if I can figure out how to end this. Let's see, no, that's
Okay, thank
leave
you,
meeting
John.
for all. Stop. We used audible clues on a board with a little computer with a 9-volt battery to try to find the crook. So I wanted to create something on the TI that was replayable, that was kind of more like a board game. And so I came up with this. Now you have to prompt graphics in the manual, and inside the manual pictures of Chicago skyline. When you see it on the TI, if you laugh, just turn your head so I don't see it. The graphics are a little primitive, okay? And I'll explain it as it's running, what we're doing here. The goal of the game is basically a map on Chicago's Millennial Grant Park. It's a big chunk of Lake, you know, it's the pride of Chicago. And you have to try to catch them. And obviously every time you play the game, the locations are randomized, everything's randomized. So let's see if this works or if it embarrasses me. I'm doing it on an emulator for As the thief flees, he leaves location clues. Now, the game I emulated had sound effects, and I was not, you know, TI was not able to make those kind of sound effects. So I just basically said, he's on Lakeshore Drive someplace. He's over here someplace, and you'll see. The thief can move from 1 to 4 spaces each turn. Optional random events can help or hinder your task. If at a boat harbor, this is in honor of Hal, who is a big boater, you can press T and take the water taxi to the opposite harbor. Here comes the crude graphics.
Basically, you press north, south, east, or west. If you're on a water taxi spot, you can hit T and you go to the opposite side of the map. C, you can cheat. If you hit cheat, it'll tell you where the guy's at. It'll even show you where he's at. But every time you hit cheat, the word cheat and how many times you cheated shows up on the screen. Just to remind you that you're a dirty, rotten cheater. Now this is actually doing stuff in the background, so this is my way of trying to disguise the fact that TI, even Extended Basic, is very slow. Even though a lot of people are begging me to compile it, I gotta get to the compile age. There we go, very exciting. And here we go. Okay, this is roughly the lakefront of Chicago inside that red or orange border. Then you see the skyline. At the edge of the skyline on the left side, you'll see what amounts to be a little, maybe, if you think real hard, it's a little yellow character. He'll move every time you make a move. And if he gets all the way to the other side of the city, he escapes and you lose. You can make it harder or easier by picking how many times the thief will move. In other words, you move one spot and he'll move 1 or 4 or 2 or 3. So we'll do 2 just to make it easier. Always move means does he always move or does sometimes he stay in the same spot? So we'll put down he always moves. Random events, yes to random events. Conceal the crime. This makes it really hard. You don't even know where the crime happened. Okay, so we'll put no because it's a little hard. At least it'll start showing you where it's at. Thief strikes northerly nature area. He took a treasure map. Now it's showing you where he's at. The thief now flees. He does 2 spaces because that's what I picked. Okay, now you see what happened there? Okay, the first things he moved, he was someplace where he was swimming. Well, obviously he was on a water space. The second one, he's in a nature area. Obviously, once you play the game, you have to get to know what those rough icons mean. So anyhow, let's see, where do we start at? Looks like we're starting all the way up there, so I'm going south. See the little red square? You are at Grant Park South, so it tells you where you're at. You're at Grant Park. I can't talk to me. Grant Park South, he's in a nature area. So I'm going to keep going down to the nature area. Random event, tourist, distract you, you lose a turn. Wonderful. He moves again. Swimming, he's drowning. That means he's deep to sea. Swimming, he's still swimming. He's going to make it easier if he keeps swimming. He's stuck swimming. Nice game. Oh, he went to a parking lot and he went back in the water. Guy likes the water. Okay, now he's in McCormick Place. McCormick Place is those big checker boxes at the bottom, all 4 of them. You don't know which box he's in, but I'm guessing he's in the first one next to the water. Great Ivy Lawn where I'm at. He's still in McCormick Place. McCormick Place, he's probably at an exhibition. We went to a sports arena. Okay, a sports arena. That means you might be at Soldier Field. I'm at Soldier Field North. Let me go south. Sports arena, McCormick Place. Let me go south. Enough of this. I'm going to cheat. There where he's at. Well, I just want to show you the cheat function. See how it says cheat 1? So, that's always a reminder that you cheated. And obviously, you see the score change. Well, the score is supposed to be changing. Parking, he's in a parking lot.
Is it a cheat or a developer diagnostic mode?
Random event. I'm sorry, what?
Is it a cheat or a developer diagnostic
Always
mode?
a developer diagnostic, you know that.
Ben ran out of ink.
And he put me all the way back at the starting.
What are you using your pen for?
Oh my God, let's see here, I promised to make this go, oh, what did I just do? I hit the, here we go, let me get rid of that here. Give me go north and I'll take the water taxi. If we don't catch him quick, I'll end this.
You're not going to catch him quick, you're back to where you started.
I'm going to go up and take the water taxi because I know he's at the bottom of the map. down there. I'm coming on the taxi. Oh, no, don't make me that. Steve sees a police car and hides. He loses a turn. Oh, good. Okay, so I go to the water taxi, and I hit T. I caught him. He went to the water taxi. Game. So
very cool.
Where's Al? Was there another time? He's left. Oh, he's over there. Al, was that? Did I go under 15 minutes, or did I go over?
No, you're doing fine.
Okay.
Nice work.
Nice work. How much time did you spend doing that?
A few months.
2 months? Wow.
Well, the biggest problem I had was my brother David, who was beta testing it. I showed it to him a couple months ago, and he had all these extra ideas. A lot of the good stuff is from him. And I ran out of memory with the TI. I had no more room. So I had to I had it all commented real nice. The following code does this, all that's taken out. Shortened all the variables because of him. But I got a better game because of it, and I appreciate it. So.
I also criticized the pictures and the guide too.
No, I thought the icons were great.
No, they are, but in the manual, they used to be super small, and you couldn't even see them. So
You criticized my manual too.
Oh,
the manual.
It looks like fun.
It is fun. It is. I downloaded it. It's a lot of fun. I mean, that was so short you couldn't really enjoy it as much, but you guys.
Okay, what's next? Are we showing that last video?
Yeah.
We're showing Tercy, or what are we doing next?
Tercy's going.
If you got something else, we can do Tercy at the very end while we're cleaning up.
Well, we can do Scott Adams. Let's do Scott Adams.
Okay. You guys want to put this back? You want to? Let me get out of your way here.
Yeah, give me sprites.
Yeah.
Aren't they all 30 minutes? We don't have enough time to do both.
We're about to do one in the cleanup while we're cleaning up.
Making sure.
And if you didn't get a membership, they're free with memberships up front.
Further back? Further back. Okay.
Put your microphone on.
All right, we have a couple more videos that we'd like to get in. Again, we do have a time constraint, unfortunately, in order to get over to the where we're having the banquet tonight. But we don't want to short anybody, so we're going to get right into it. We have another video. I believe it's Scott Adams. We're going to do Tercy, Scott Adams, or Tercy, whatever pops up. You're going to know as
Put
quickly as we
Tercy
do.
on.
Tercy?
Yeah, because Tercy's got some new stuff to demo.
Okay, there we go. Take it away.
There we go.
This meeting is being recorded. This meeting. Hey, Chicago. Hey, Chicago.
And we're here with
Dave
and the
my brother Dave and the famous Tercy.
Tercy's been around quite a bit along.
Tercy's been around quite a bit along. Yeah, he's been around in the TI community and the extended community, computers for quite some time. He agreed to do a short interview this year. He's not going to be able to make the fair. Boo. But we understand. Let's get right on here. Let's see here. Yeah, let's start it right now. We might as well get right into
All right, diving right in. So yeah, that's the computer that my dad bought. He brought it home one day. I think it was in '83. It was a bit of a surprise because computers and video games were banned in our house, but he was working on it, and he bought the console and a cassette recorder. Everybody in the house tried to figure it out, but eventually I was the only one that kept using it. And it was the only machine I had until about 1989. I picked up an Apple II around then, just because that's what I used at school. It was my main computer till at least 93. I can't remember precisely what I switched over. I got an Atari ST and then an Amiga. So always been on the orphan line. So, so I didn't even get a PEB until about 88. So I was, just trying to push as much as I could out of TI Basic.
Okay, let's see. Question number 2 of 472 questions. Everybody's a comedian. Super Space Acer, Super Space Acer is currently flying off the shelves in 2025 terms. I don't want you to get mad at me. I wish you would be selling millions of copies, but okay, what was the origin of this game? And could you tell us how you enhanced it over the years to make it the current masterpiece it is today? And it is a masterpiece for TI standards. I've programmed a few games in my time, and Super Space Acer is a sample of like near perfect programming as far as I'm concerned. So take it away, Tercy.
I mean, it's good. It's not entirely what I envisioned. Back in the early days, I started this in '89, right? I bought Super Mario's Brothers from an ad. I don't remember where the ad was, probably 99 or a micropendium. But I remember vividly that the ad said this game pushes the TI to. And I got the game, and it was this extended basic thing that took more than 5 minutes to load. Anybody who forgets that is, selective memory, but it took forever to load. It crashed all the time. It was floaty. It didn't play anything like the game. And I'm like, how is this pushing the TI to its limits? This isn't anywhere near the limits. This is an extended basic thing with an assembly language scroll function. So I decided I was going to make my own game. I mean, I'd done, extended basic games. I think at that point I'd written 2 assembly language games, a Centipede clone and a Berserk clone. Those are sadly lost to time unless somebody has the Texaments download library. But yeah, so I mean, I started working on it. My goal was, big sprites, fast action. And originally I was starting it in assembly, but shortly after I discovered C, because, it was my discovery, thanks. You're all welcome. No, that's not true. Yeah, discovered C and discovered we had a C compiler for the TI through Poly C99. So I ended up writing it mostly in that. There were a lot of limitations in that first version. I sold 1 copy. I posted an ad somewhere, and the fellow who bought it actually faxed or mailed me the ad back with a $10 bill, and so I sent him a disc. There was also a guy down in Florida who apparently took it to a con and said he sold about 12 copies. Just this past year, I finally saw a picture of one of those discs and the color label he made that he told me that was very cool. So it took, what is it now, 2025, and we're talking 1990 or so, 90 or 91. So 24 years before I finally got to see the great color label. But yeah, so I don't know, about 10 years ago, I was messing with the Coleco, and I thought, let's port it to the Coleco and see how hard it is to port the C99 functions over there. And that went pretty well. So I just started upgrading. I was able to fix a lot of the bad programming from back in the day. So the frame rate is good, more enemies, more bullets, better bosses, better AI.
Well, just to interject a little bit, was it part of the reason with the Coleco is because doesn't the Coleco and the TI share the same video chip?
Yeah, the ColecoVision is a TI with a Z80 instead of a 9900, and slightly more RAM. It's got 1K. Show-offs.
What difficulties did you have programming Super Space Acer? I mean, was there any memory constraints or something, things that TI wasn't? I mean, TI is well renowned for being kind of like a hodgepodge of different programming methods, through the GROM assembly, different, what did you run into? Any problems?
Yeah, so I mean, the original, of course, we had limitations. I needed it to run in the 32K. I wanted it to auto boot from disk, whether extended basic or editor assembler, and C wasn't really set up for that. The C runtime libraries required the extended basic cartridge to be loaded. So I had to work out how to get around that and still make XP work. But with the modern port, limits are these days, right? So I'm using, I think it's a 256K ROM. For the cartridge that Arcade Shopper is selling, I've also got some GROM in there because I wanted to use the UberGROM cart. I designed it for games, so I should release one game on it. And so with that, I was able to add, saving high scores, which was one of the goals. A little library that has the original version of the code and stories that you can read that I wrote with the original version.
Okay, well, it's able to take. I don't have one. I saw one in demoed, but I'm told it's able to take advantage of special aftermarket TI hardware that not everybody has. And in addition to that, could you explain a little bit how it went from disk to module? Was module always your final goal, or how did that happen?
Well, I mean, I always wanted to make cartridges back in the day, but I didn't have the tools to do it. I literally couldn't burn an EEPROM. EEPROM programmers were expensive in the early 80s. We sometimes forget that these days, that memory and tools were quite pricey. But yeah, definitely wanted cartridges. And these days, I really want most of my software to be cartridge focused because I want people to just plug it in and go. In 1989, my goal was to write games, and in 2025, I'm like, shoot, I've done nothing but program tools for the last 24 years. So yeah, I wanted to support the F-18A because Matt's F-18 is an awesome piece of kit, right? So once the base game was working, I upgraded the colors for the sprites, so now we can do 8-color sprites with that hardware. And this doesn't require the game to change. It just requires how you load VDP to change a bit. So it's just a very small amount of code to do that. That was a bit of an adventure because, right, 8-color sprites a little bit beyond what I've been doing for art. So I actually went and I hired 2 artists off Twitter, and I said, hey guys, color my sprites for me. Here are the restrictions. You can only use 8 colors per sprite. You got to line up the color palette this way, and you got to use this format. Do you understand? Oh yeah, no problem. Friggin' 4 weeks later, the two of them had colored 3 sprites each. They didn't even follow the guidelines of those 3 sprites. And I'm like, guys, you promised me you'd be done in a month. We're almost out of time and you've hardly done anything. Oh, no, it'll get done. It's like, just... Okay, so I just went into Second Life because that's the tool that I play with most these days. It's a 3D user-created, I don't know what you call it. Call it a metaverse these days, I guess. It's 20 years old, so it predates the term. But anyway, modeled the Super Space Ace of ships in there and just took screenshots of them. And, it was better as opposed to the month and a half that these artists were going to charge.
Yeah, whatever works.
People lie to you.
How much do the artists charge for that roundabouts, for that type of stuff?
These guys wanted $500 for the sprite sheet.
Oh my gosh. You didn't pay them anything, right?
No, I paid them some because they did some work.
Yeah, I guess they did. Yeah.
I couldn't use it. But...
Well, let's get to the meat of the interview and why I really wanted this. Although, like I said, I'm a big fan of Super Space Acer. I tried. There's a few emulators out there for the TI, and your classic 99, I personally think stands head and shoulders above the rest. I use it quite a bit. I've used it to program and test pretty much my last couple of games in lowly extended basic, of course. I'm not there yet. The emulator allows almost any computer to accurately emulate the TI-99 for many of its modules. Okay, how did you come about to create this emulator? I mean, were the other emulators out, or did you start this before there was anything out there? And what challenges did you face? Because it looks like it's an endeavor that few people would ever start.
So you're asking for a 20-year summary.
Yeah, in a couple minutes. You don't mind, Tercy, do you?
No, let's just take the whole thing. No, obviously I wouldn't downplay other people's work. There's a lot of awesome stuff out there. Classic 99 is probably the longest supported TI emulator, but it is Windows with version 4. And I started this back in 95. So at the time we had Ed Schwartz's V99, which was a pure assembly language emulator running for PC-DOS. And we had PC-99, which was a pay emulator that I've still never seen. So, yeah. I spoke to the PC-99 guys because at the time I was on my Amiga. And I said, hey, so your emulator's written in C, right? Why don't you let me port it to the Amiga? And they thought about it for a bit. To their credit, they thought about it. And then they came back and said, no, we think that will cost us a whole bunch of support problems. So I got mad. I said, well, that's stupid. I would handle the support. Fine, I'll write my own. So I started. I took it into work one night and I just started implementing opcodes. The Amiga port got as far as I had the CPU done, I had the basic memory map done. It could boot TI Basic and Amazing, which was the cartridge I built into to test it. It was very, very slow. I had an 030 Amiga, and I believe it took about 35 seconds to get the master title screen up, but it did run. Many years later, I found the floppy disks, ported it to PC-DOS, and started pushing it there. It was still called AMI-99 at that point, because Amiga 99. But every time I published a new version of it, all the emulator news pages said, hey, here's a new TI emulator for the Amiga. And I'm like, no, it's not for the Amiga, guys. It's for PC. And so I changed it to Classic 99. From there, it's just been continuous upgrade, right? You learn so much writing a hardware emulator about the machine, things you didn't even know about, but that one person in the entire world took advantage of, and your software won't work unless your emulator gets it right.
Well, the other thing I wanted to ask you says you were able to obtain the legal rights to include several games and applications with Classic 99. It probably makes it. It's probably that's probably half of what makes it so popular is that you can pop it in and just start playing games from TI just out of the box. Can you talk a little bit about how this came about?
Yeah, so when I found the floppy disks and I thought about porting it to the PC, it's like I was so tired of every emulator out there saying in their README, I can't tell you how to find ROMs. Don't ask me for ROMs. If you know how to find them, you whatever, blah, blah, blah. and so I was like, screw it. I'm just going to go ask for the rights. It's like, I'm not going to bother doing this if I can't include ROMs because it's too much of a pain for most people to figure out how to get them. Back then, it wasn't as easy, right? We didn't have the massive forums. We had the Yahoo group, which was sort of loosey-goosey at times, right? VH Tech did exist back then, but it was hard to find things on it, and the average user wasn't going to even know to look there, right? So I contacted the TI Cares helpline because it still exists, and they sent me back an email that had this list of phone numbers from the mid-'80s of all the people who had taken over TI-99 support. And I phoned every number on it because I was curious, and not a single one of them worked. One of them was a laundry.
It's funny.
So I wrote back to TI and I said, your numbers are out of date. None of these numbers work anymore. Look, here's what I want to do. Do you have anybody who just knows what a TI-99 is? And to their credit, they didn't jerk me around too much. I think it took a couple weeks of back and forth. They finally understood what I really wanted, and they put me in touch with a fella. I believe his name was Herbert Walker. I should have looked up the email he sent me. But anyway, yeah, he understood what I wanted. He wrote back. Pardon me. He wrote back, sent me what I later learned was a bit of a form letter because I've seen the same letter at other web pages that also got permission from TI. But it gave me permission to use it. There were a couple of minor restrictions. I had to say TI wasn't going to, support the software. TI wasn't going to upgrade the software. TI wasn't taking any liability. Yeah, common sense stuff. That's fine. A little bit. I strongly doubt he's there anymore because it's been another 20 years, right? But I remember for a while, I think it was on the Yahoo group, people were like, oh yeah, TI released all the ROMs open source. You can do anything you want with them. I'm like, that's not true. So I actually wrote him and I said, hey, is this true? He came back and said, no, TI returns the rights. TI is not going to release the ROMs. Sorry. So anybody tells you their open source public domain is lying.
What was the biggest challenge you had making that? I mean, usually when you're doing something like that, you have to like reverse engineer certain things or try to go into the, certain code or stuff. And what was your biggest problem doing the emulator?
There's always reverse. The biggest problem was the community, frankly. When I released Classic 99, AMI-99 at the time, people actually attacked me. They said, it's out of business and how dare I? I got so fed up at one point, I said, fine, I'm just going to make it run Super Space Acer and that's it. Hell with it. Unfortunately, I got that done and I was like, I should fix it to do this. Now I should fix this. Now I should fix this.
I understand that you're still making upgrades. Is that true?
I'm still making up.
You're still tweaking things from time to
Of
time.
course. Yeah. Nobody knows everything, and there's still things that are wrong.
Well, I gotta tell you, Tercy, there's a lot of people out there that no longer have TI hardware, and I'd venture to guess that and this is just a guess I'm pulling out on my backside, I'll bet you there's more people or just as many people running the TI software on your emulator than there are people. And
Probably,
Yeah.
By that.
Absolutely.
And it's not just me anymore, right? So the whole emulator community, it was kind of fragmented and adversarial at first, right? But these days we all kind of work together. And like the best example was recently the speech synthesizer. A few months ago, Gary OPA posted a note that said, "Hey, when I run my old software, the speech synth doesn't work right on anybody's emulator. What the hell's going on?" And so we looked at it and we realized, we're all basing it on the main code. I do reverse engineer it. So I just ported MAME's code over. And we discovered it was a complete and total hack, right? The comments themselves say, this probably isn't how it works, but whatever, it runs well enough for now. And so between me and Nizap and Gary, we spent like 3 or 4 days, and I ran a whole bunch of code on my real hardware, just sort of I've forgotten the word. I used it a lot and I forgot it. Anyway, identifying the actual mechanism by which the speech synth processes commands. And we narrowed it down. We tested theories. We proved things out. And we said, okay, compared to the patent and these theories and this code, this is how it's supposed to work. And so I fixed it in Classic 99. Gary's software all worked. All the old stuff worked. Mizap ported the fixes over to MAME. It took an extra pass there, but he got it working. I think I had to port one of his fixes back. And JS99er took those fixes. And so, speech synth is now better for everybody, not only TI people, right? A lot of machines use that speech synth, a lot of arcade hardware, even some home machines. So, I mean, it worked. It has kind of worked for over, 20 years? When did they first get speech working in? Now it's better.
Well, I'm going to add a question that you didn't expect, but I just have to do it here. A couple of years ago, somebody posted a picture of Dragon's Lair playing on the TI, and I thought it was an April Fool's joke. I thought, you got to be kidding me. And I looked at it, and I was like, well, it wasn't necessarily the exact same as the arcade, but then again, I'm running off a video disc, so nobody would expect something like that. How in the world did that happen? And was that just a challenge? You're like someone bet you that you couldn't do it?
It's another long-term thing, right? So way back in 2010 or so, I started writing an image converter. And it's like, I want better pictures on the TI. And so I did the math on, back of the napkin crap. And I'm like, hey, a modern computer could brute force an entire TI bitmap screen. And probably in just a few seconds. And I wrote it and it worked. And, over the years, I kept revising the image. And, I got it to a point where I thought, hey, this is pretty good. It's probably as good as it can get. And then I saw some MSX guy, showing off. And he's like, look at my converter. I'm like, you bastard. How dare it be better than mine? So, over the years, I kept iterating on this image converter. And eventually it became pretty solid. I think it's still, there was a guy in Russia who wrote an image converter about 4 or 5 years ago. And he was cloning everything, and for some reason he cloned my image converter. But he found a bug in mine. I still have to go in and figure out what's going on there. There's like one image that it doesn't do right. And I'm like, what are you doing? What's going on? Anyhow.
You slacker. You're such a slacker.
I am. So anyway, so the image converter was working great. And I'm like, I wonder if we could do video. And, again, back of the napkin paper stuff. I did a whole bunch of test software. How fast can the TI move bytes from the cartridge port to the video chip? And I eventually decided, I think it might be feasible. And so, I did a quick test and I released the Spaceballs demo, which I remember vividly that I had the Spaceballs demo running and I was just trying to revise a couple things. And Rasmus, I'm pretty sure it was Rasmus, came up with this full screen animation of palm trees moving up the screen. I'm like, God damn it, Rasmus is jumping ahead of me here. So I'm like, okay, well, just he did it. This is what I've been working on. And then I released Spaceballs, which, it was a 15-second clip from the movie with, full video and speech. Just running through the sound chip, right? I'm not using the speech synth. So, that was working. And then, I just sort of let that go. I released the tools. Anybody can make a video cartridge. And then I started thinking, wow, it'd be pretty cool if we implemented Dragon Slayer or something from the day. And, just browsing the web one day, I discovered that a guy on the ZX Spectrum got the legal right to release a Dragon Slayer port. I'm like, well, shit, if he can do that on the Spectrum, I'm sure I could do that on the TI. And so I contacted the holders of the license, and, they got back to me. There wasn't too much messing around. I think they charged me $15 a copy, which is, part of the reason it cost what it did. But it's like, hey, legal license. The only downside was in 7 months to get it done. So I didn't have a lot of time to actually sell it.
It sounds like it's a collector's edition right now, huh?
The Dragon Slayer collectors are so pissed at me.
Well, I'd love to have a copy too.
Hey,
I was like,
yeah, but they found out after the sale was over, right? Because I only pushed it on Atari Age because I wanted TI users to own it. I didn't care about the collecting community at large. And now their Dragon Slayer collections are incomplete.
how in the world did you? I mean, let me ask you this: how much of the actual game is there? Is it just an abbreviated game? You got the.
It is the only contemporary version. It is the only contemporary.
And I'll bet you I think just as much.
Oh yeah, I sure do.
Every time the Dragon or times, I can't tell how much money I spent on that stupid game.
Oh yeah, I only got to play it a couple of times in the arcade.
Okay, let's finish up here, and I appreciate your time here. You created more than a few games and applications. What are your favorites? And do you ever load up any games or things that you do, any of your creations today, just to take a look at them?
So yeah, I mean, we've talked about most of the bigger stuff I've done. I don't really consider that I have a lot that's playable. Like Super Space Racer is really the first my game that I released. And I will play that from time to time. I also, have a ColecoVision port and a Game Boy Advance port of that. Thinking about a PC port, I don't know. I feel lazy right now, but
I'd say you did a lot of utilities and routines and things. I mean, in Classic 99, for the love of God, that's got to be worth. I can't even imagine to the community.
I guess I play with that every day. But it is a little frustrating for me, right? Because I'm supposed to have been making games all this time. And, I guess at the very least, I've helped others make games.
Well, that's very noble. But I got to ask you, Tercy, how did you get to be called Tercy?
Yes. So back when I was 19, 1899, I'm not that old. 1989-ish. Thank you. The Crypt Keeper, right? Anyway, yeah, so I was into the hacker community and especially demo scenes. My buddy had an Atari ST, and I was just, blown away by what these guys were creating and the fact that they just did it just because, that's why I was on for the TI name, right? So I wanted a hacker name. So originally I went with an I, and obvious reasons, right? I loved my TI. So later I got interested in dolphins, and so I went with Flipper. But then I got on the internet and discovered there were already 5 million flippers on the internet. So I'm like, well, that's not going to work. So I kept the dolphin theme, and I went with Tercy, which is short for Terciops, which is the Latin name for bottlenose dolphin. Afterwards, I went to a lion avatar instead of a dolphin recognition, so I kept it.
Well, very good. Okay, last my question for me, and then maybe I'll turn it over to Dave to see if he has anything he'd like to add. What does Tercy enjoy doing in his free time or interests you wish to share with the whole community?
What is free time? Sounds like a scam to me. Yeah, no, I mean, I like retro software and I like retro hardware. I mean, y'all know that's what I do. And, I've been working on the TI, working a bit on the GBA lately, Game Boy Advance. Love the Sega Genesis. I want to do something on that. I just finished hooking my Sega up last week, actually. But I'm also doing a whole, particularly for the last few years, I've been involved in the furry pro wrestling world, which is a little wild, but it keeps me very busy. Written a ton of scripts. We put on 3 shows a week for real people, and these are full scripted.
Fell down at the same time. Anyway, John has made these banners. They're beautiful. We've got them in the front and the back of the room. Just one of the things that John has done. We have one last video, and that is from Scott Adams. So without further ado, we're going to get right into it because we do have to get out of this room by 4:30, and that gives us about 45 minutes. I think we have a 37-minute video. So, without further ado, let's go right to the Scott Adams video.
Forward.
Does everybody know we're going for dinner in case they leave?
Person talking, okay. Person
In case they have to
talking,
leave now, do they know
okay.
where we're going to dinner?
Let's see here. I know how this works here. Let's see, we'll lock this on you here. Okay, I'm here with Scott Adams, one of the founders of Text-Based Adventuring and leader in the field. See, I'm sucking up to you already. Mr. Adams is, of course, the producer of so many of the very finest adventure games for our beloved Texas Instruments home computer. Come up with a couple of questions. I'm hoping you haven't answered them 10,000 times already. I'll try to keep them more TI related because I think you've come up with these games that published for every computer that's ever come out. I'd like to thank Mr. Adams for not only agreeing to this interview, but also allowing us to use some of his artwork to create some sets of collectible buttons that will be given away at the fair. This interview will be played at the 43rd Chicago TI International World Fair. Woohoo!
Congratulations.
Thank you. Okay, it says Scott Adams founded Adventure International in 1979. Obviously, I'm reading from the wiki. I'm sure you'll correct me if I make any mistakes.
Yeah.
The cornerstone products of Adventure International in its early years were the Adventure series of text adventures. I'll skip over this part because it's asking about your background. You could speak about that. It says here that you were the very first person known to create an adventure-style game for personal computers. I know, and you know, there was Class OK, but that was for like a mainframe computer. So is that true? Were you the very first to come out with text adventures?
As far as I know, I've not heard of anyone else claiming anything earlier. And for some reason, I thought it was 1978, not 79. So I don't know if the wiki article is wrong or my memory is off. I thought it was late fall of 78. It may have been when I wrote the game, not necessarily when I started Adventure International.
Well, we know how accurate wiki can be at times, so I'm sure that you're correct. Well, I got a couple of questions for you here. During the 70s, computers were in its infancy. Computer programming was not even offered in many schools. When did you become interested in computers, and what inspired you to want to write computer games?
Okay. Well, that's an interesting question because it was actually in 1965 at the World's Fair in New York. And what happened was I was, I was 12 at the time, and the whole family. One of the exhibits there was the IBM exhibit. If you ever go back and look at what the exhibit was, they had a giant ball, sort of like the Epcot ball, except on the outside it had a Selectric typewriter ball. So it had all the keys and everything that you'd expect on a Selectric electric typewriter. To enter it, you came down a wall inside, opened up, came down to ground level. That's where they loaded people in. then you went up and saw a presentation, which to this day I cannot remember what the presentation was. It's what followed that I have a very strong memory. And what it was after the presentation, they exited us out a different way. They had us go downstairs into basically a basement area underneath the exhibit, and they had underneath the presentation area and the ball, and the exhibits down there. And the one that I gravitated to immediately was a computer game, probably one of the world's first computer games. And what was this fantastic game that just sucked me right in? It was called Tic-Tac-Toe. And you could play against a computer, and people were lined up to play it. I finally got my turn. It was my turn in line. I looked up, and there was a keyboard where you could, it wasn't a keyboard, it was a control panel. Basically, you'd hit where you want your X to go, and I'm pretty sure the machine played O's. And then up next to the board showing up in front of you was two big signs that would light up. And one of them said, "Computer wins," and the other one says, "Tie." And I remember if I started playing, I said, "Well, where's the I win one?" And they said, "Oh no, the computer can never lose a tic-tac-toe." Well, I proceeded to play it, and of course I did not win. A lesson was learned though. Why couldn't the computer lose? And later I realized there are certain rules in tic-tac-toe, and if you know them, you can never lose. But whatever it was, the idea of playing a game with a computer just stuck in my mind. And so that was my first experience with a computer game, and one of the reasons that I fell in love with wanting to do computer games later.
Well, it says here that in 1975, approximately, so you created a game called Space War.
Nope. No, wait. Let me get the dates. That was in college with my brother. It wasn't 75. It would have been around 1970 or 71 era.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it was as late as 75.
Was that your first game?
My brother built a bit slice home computer. It was an IMP 16, and it was a 16-bit computer, and he built it out of 4-bit slices. In other words, IMP gave the option you could have a 4-bit computer, an 8-bit computer, etc. He built a 16-bit computer. It was my brother Richard. My other brother Eric proceeded to create a TV typewriter for the computer. So you appear on the screen and be input into it. And I took this and I wrote a game called, indeed, Space Wars. And there's actually a video page, my personal webpage at msadams.com, in a sidebar. And it was basically letters that were on the screen. One was an E, and that was supposed to stand for Enterprise. The other was a K for Klingon, I think. It's been a while. I haven't even looked at the game myself. But basically, you can move your ship around, the other ship could move around, and you were shooting at each other. And the idea was that whoever shot the other one would win. And that was the Space War game. Probably the world's first 16-bit home computer game, because there were no other 16-bit home computers even invented at this time. Since this wasn't even a kit, this was a homebrew my brother came up with. The writing of the game proved very interesting. By this time, I was already a mainframe programmer, and I worked on mainframes, mainly because those were the only computers that existed, long before minis and micros. But I was very adept at assembler. Back then, you either wrote an assembler, Fortran, or COBOL. And I primarily did assembler and Fortran with a smattering of COBOL. What I ended up doing was writing this game, and I realized early on that since I didn't have an assembler for this system, I'm going to have to hand assemble all the code myself into machine language. And I would be making mistakes as I'm debugging. And I had lots of modules to do everything, to move the ship, to do the input, et cetera, et cetera. So I invented sort of a hand linker. I wrote all my modules separately in their own little, each one had its own memory space. But at the top of the module was a jump table that would jump into the subroutines that were available in that module for the rest of the system to use. So then if any changes occurred in a module where a function had to grow or move, all I had to do was change the jump table at top, and I didn't have to go back and re-hand assemble all the addresses and all the other modules. So in effect, I had my own linking loader that I invented there. And so I had fun with that. And once again, I don't think anyone's ever claimed to have written a 16-bit home computer game any earlier than this one.
Hey Scott, I'm David, John's brother. Hi.
Nice to meet you, David.
You
Great to have you.
too. Where did you go to college, by the way? Just off topic.
FIT, Florida Institute of Technology.
Oh.
Today they're known as Florida Tech, and they're in Melbourne, Florida.
Oh, okay. It's just curious if it was local or not.
For me, it was. I grew up in Miami.
Oh, okay. What brought you out here?
Work, primarily. I came out to Wisconsin in 1988. This was after Adventure International had closed, and I had worked for a couple of firms in the Orlando area, and then I was out of work, and I was looking for something. God literally opened up the doors. My wife and I had a prayer because I was desperate. I had sent out 50 resumes, and they all came back overqualified, basically.
Imagine that.
Yeah.
It was very, very rough. And literally, my wife and I had a prayer after this, praying for God to open up. And getting up from that prayer, the phone rang. And it was John Matthias on the phone from Commodore International originally. I knew John when I was doing the Marvel license, Spider-Man, Hulk, etc. And John was the director of software at Commodore. So we had a good rapport. I had known him. Anyway, he says, "This is Scott Adams." I said, yes it is. Who's calling? "This is John Matthias." I said, "Oh, John, great. Haven't heard from you in ages." He says, "Yeah, I know. I've been trying to get hold of you for like 6 weeks, and I finally found somebody who knew where you were and had a phone number." I said, "Oh, okay. Well, what's up? What's going on?" He was starting a consulting firm in Wisconsin and wanted to know if I would come up and work with him there. I like to say it, he wanted to know if I'd come up and help him run the company into the ground, just like I did Adventure International. Just kidding. Anyway, I said, "Absolutely, John, I would love to." Where's Wisconsin? Gotta remember, I grew up in Florida. To me, Wisconsin was somewhere out there. I think it's maybe next to Vermont. I'm not sure.
Well, Scott, we're going to skip a little bit because it says that apparently, now correct me because so far all my facts have been wrong. 1978 approximately is when you created your first text adventure?
No, that would have, yes, that's correct.
I got one right.
Yes.
Okay, how did
Adventureland?
Was the Colossal Cave any kind of an inspiration?
Yes.
I mean, I guess everybody saw that.
Yes, at where I was in a mainframe, one of my friends told me, "Hey, the IT department's got this really cool game that I got a chance to play, and it's called Adventure." And he showed it to me on the terminal. I got permission from the IT department because all our work was done on terminals that were tied into the mainframe. So I did not have mainframe access at this place. Previously, I always had access to the mainframe, but not here. So anyway, I did get to play it. And I remember starting it on Monday. I'd come in early in the morning before work and stay after work. It took me a week to play it through, finally get the the top score, which would be 300 on the base game, but this one had a 50-point extension, so I could get 350. And I got done playing it, and I went, wow, that was fun. And I told my friends there at work, you know, I'm going to write something like this for my TRS-80, because I had just gotten a TRS-80, and I was looking for a game to write. And they laughed.
Okay, for bonus points, I'm going to stop you right there. What's the negative term that people used to call the TRS-80?
Oh, trash 80. Except
There you go.
They didn't call it that during its lifetime. It was a very well-liked and respectable machine. It keep in mind, when it came out, it was fairly revolutionary. This was probably one of the first major pushes into.
Oh, I remember it. I remember I couldn't
market.
afford one.
Yeah, they were pricey, and they came in two flavors. The original TRS-80 had a level 1 and a level 2. Later, they differentiated it into TRS-80 Model 1, Model 2, Model 3. But in the beginning, there was only one model. So it was just called the TRS-80. And a level 1 machine had 4K of memory and tiny basic, which was integer basic. Level 2 would have 16K of memory, gigantic.
Wow.
I write emails now that are bigger. And it had Microsoft Basic, which a new language, and I'd read good things about Microsoft Basic, so I was excited to get that. So
Yeah,
let me ask
you a question here, because I always wanted to know this. Was Colossal Cave, the source code, available? Was that something that you were able to look at and get ideas?
It was definitely available, but I never got it.
Okay.
I didn't ask for it. I wasn't even interested, because they said, oh, it's running on the mainframe with X amount of memory and the mainframe power. And I knew, okay, there's not a chance that I'm going to get that running on my machine. I want to do it my way. So I literally invented my own language to write the game in. I wrote the tools to compile the language and edit the language, and I wrote the game at the same time. So I was developing everything all at once. And,
now, did that evolve over the course of the first 12 games to make it better and better?
Always evolved. Every time I came out with a new game, I always tried to do something different, and I would improve the engine, and I would add some new feature or tweak something, make something better, or do something different in the game I've never done before, because I didn't want to stagnate, and I always had a lot of fun innovating.
Well, could you speak a little bit about, like, a lot of people today, they don't understand. They go text adventures and they go, oh my God, they're used to the graphics now where you have a hard time telling whether or not it's real or not. But during the 70s and early 80s, computer graphics were very primitive at best.
Yes.
Can you explain to some of our younger viewers who may be used to today's photorealistic graphics, what was so special about a text adventure back then and even today?
Let's put it this way, an Etch-a-Sketch has higher resolution than computer graphics did back then.
Yeah.
You had, I don't remember now what it was. It might have been 60 by 30 pixels. It was incredibly small. You didn't get a lot of screen real estate. The thing was, when I was doing this game, I was really looking to do a game that dealt with basic strings. Strings in BASIC was a concept that was introduced that lets a computer program deal with text.
Mm-hmm.
Normally, all the computer work I had been doing was scientific work, driving machines, doing calculations, et cetera, payroll, things of that nature. So to be able to do something that dealt with text sounded fascinating, and I was trying to think of a game or something I could use it to learn the language. So playing Caves, I realized this is a game that has to deal with text, and this would be perfect. So I took the concept that Colossal Caves presented it, and then did it my way.
Well, do you remember how, because I know back then, you started, obviously you founded the company Adventure International, and it seemed like every personal computer or home computer at the time had a version of yours. So I'm going to ask you a two-pronged question here. How did you come to publish on the TI-99 4A? What I'm curious about is, did Texas Instruments approach you, or did you approach them? Because what seems to be unique, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that the TI required an adventure cartridge or module, and then everything would load in with that. That seems to be very different than all the other microcomputers at the time that your games ran off of. So how
Yes.
did you and TI get together?
Like Commodore, TI approached me. This was when the 4A was starting to come out, where they had the revamped keyboard, much better system, and they wanted some names that were doing well on other computers for their computer. Their initial start in the market was rough because of the initial keyboard and their high price on the system. Anyway, they approached me, and what they wanted was a game that was just for an exclusive for them. That I would write a game exclusive for them that would run in a cartridge and that would have graphics. I also wanted to get my catalog of my original 12 games that I had done, and as part of the deal I presented to them, I wanted those to also be available on the machine. And looking at the specs and everything else, it turned out the best way to do it, and also to prevent copying problems, etc., was they wanted to come out with the game engine, the interpreter, running on a cartridge, and then the databases to be loaded in from media, from cassette tapes. The game that I was writing for them, though, had to fit entirely in the cartridge and had to have graphics. And so that was another first, because this was the first, as far as I know, the first and maybe the last full graphic adventure game that was ever written for a cartridge. Now, you had text input, but you also had the graphics going along with the game. And this was before JPEG and anything else, all the picture compressions that we have today. So I had to come up with a way to get the graphics into the cartridge, because there was no way that the pure ping pictures, in other words, every bit being represented, would work. The system I came up with was very similar to what is done in movies. I found this out later. I didn't even know it at the time. But in cartoons, there's something called cell shading, where an outline is drawn and then a color is filled in. So you'd have a space and a color. To make this work, I hired a graphics artist, and his job was to make the pictures that I described, but he had to develop the shapes that could then be reused. So these were basically character shapes that could be put in that were fixed, and then that shape and how to build it was just represented by a number. So it'd be like, use shape number 3.
Kind of like building blocks that you could reuse over and over again?
Yes, exactly right. And so that's how the game started. And when you first start the game in Return to Pirates Island 2, you'll notice the screen is a mess. And it's part of the puzzle of trying to figure out why you can't see. The way that is done, though, is very simple. Just took the picture and scrambled it up, moved the numbers around, or maybe I offset the number, I don't even remember. But in effect, no, I think I just moved it around. And that's how you got this scrambled picture on the screen. So it fit the plot also.
Do you know how many people thought that they bought a defective cartridge because of that?
Yes. Sorry about that. Oh no,
Okay.
Look, it's broken.
Okay, let me ask you this. Now, you probably had over a dozen systems that were running. Did they all play basically the same, or did you have to make kind of tweaks depending upon how powerful the system was?
Games were always the same. Any changes done were cosmetic. Probably the hardest machine to get my games into is a VIC-20, because it only had 5K of memory. And that one, literally the whole game had to fit in the cartridge. And there was a much smaller too. So that made a problem. Then Commodore came back and required, because they could do colors on their text, they had to have the gameplay in color, which means different texts would be different colors on the screen. It actually worked very well. It's a good idea on their part. But once again, that was cosmetic. It was the same exact game. Nothing changed.
Okay, your original 12 games all had different difficulty levels. Did you plan them that way, or did you basically write the game and just judge it based upon how it turned out?
Yes, it wasn't planned that way. I was learning as I was going. I made each game, like I said, I wanted to do something different in each one. And I tended to make them a little naughtier, not naughty, but naughty. Like I had to tie a knot in it. And so the difficulty level did increase as the games proceeded. And I also tried to make it seem realistic, whatever I was doing. I didn't want to cheat the player. And keep in mind, I'm working in a 16K memory space, so this means everything had to be very concise, and the messages that came out were just like my text blocks. I used text blocks just like I used picture blocks, where pieces of text would be strung together. Like I am in was something that I used a lot, so I just had one text of that, and I would use the number for that one.
Probably saved a lot of memory, I would imagine.
It was a way of doing it without actually doing compression, because the machines just didn't have the power that modern ones do, or the memory space.
Okay, in 1985, an adventure editor was released for the TI that allowed new games to be developed for the TI Adventure module. By 1985, Texas Instruments had already abandoned the TI and really didn't care about enforcing any legal issues. How did you feel about the editor, and did it infringe on anything of yours?
Honestly, I don't remember it, so I don't know. And if it allowed people to do that, I think that's great. It sounds like it might have been a fan-based effort, and I think that's pretty cool.
Absolutely. Okay, now I'm going to bring up something, and I hope you're not a little touchy about this, because I have to do it. Because it seems like at the time, Infocom seems to have taken your original concept and added the ability to converse in fuller sentences as opposed to your two-word go here, open box. And they really made a big deal about it, insinuating in their ads that your games were primitive due to the simple design. Now, we all know that your games were developed years before theirs, but I've always wanted to ask, was there ever any thought of ever going back and updating your original games, or you had already moved on to other projects?
I did go on and write games that use full sentence parsing. And the very first one I did was Spider-Man for Marvel. That was a full sentence parser. In part because of what they were able to do with Zork and seeing how Zork played. The time of the disk was now coming in. And so more memory, in effect, extended memory, because I had to read it off the disk. But now it was available. So the 16K limit was being broken. As far as redoing original games, I did actually redo two of them. I redid Adventureland not too long ago. It's called Adventureland XL now. The XL stood for two things, extra large and the number 40, because it was the 40th anniversary of Adventureland. So Adventure XL is the complete original game, plus it's a full sentence parser, plus it has an entire new world tacked onto it, that once you finish the original game, you get to play in the new world. So that was fun. The other game I did was Return to Pirates Island that I had done for the Texas Instruments. I took that game, called it Return to Pirates Island 2, and released it with a full sentence parser and some additional puzzles and use of the parser. And that's where I started playing with what can I do with something a little more modern for the fun of it.
Scott, how do we get these gems?
My webpage, I think, Adventureland XL is available. It's a Steam game. Right now only available on Windows. It's still in early access. To be perfectly honest, it's 99.99% done. The very last scene is a placeholder, but no one's ever played that far. So
Okay, I don't mean
talk
to be.
about your naughty games. I may have made this one a little too naughty.
Well, I'm trying. Well, I know we're pressed for time here, so that's why I'm probably being a little rude. I don't mean to be.
Oh, you're
Um,
not. I don't mind the questions. People can go to my website, msadams.com. Information's there, and I do answer all emails. It's msadams@msadams.com. Yeah, and if you don't get an answer from me, it means I didn't get your email. Feel free to write me again. I've literally made thousands of new friends over the years from people that have written in wanting to be fans. I don't want fans. I like friends. So if you write in, expect me to respond and try to strike up a friendship.
was you and Infocom kind of in a rivalry at the time, or
Oh,
by the
yes.
time? Yeah.
Yeah, but this was when they started coming out was more towards the end of the era, and so this was it was interesting what they were doing, and they were spending a lot of money because they were writing their games on I believe a deck at the time and using terminals and so forth. They had a very strong tool set. My games were still my effort. I was writing them single me. It was either being done on a TRS-80 or later I was working on the TI. I had to work directly on the TI. But I didn't have a mainframe at my disposal, and I didn't have the writers.
You know, it's kind of funny, Scott, or ironic, is that one of the reasons people really liked a lot of the Infocom games was they had a lot of pack-in materials, maps and all kinds of little stuff like that. Which well, it made it a little more expensive, but it kind of got you in there. But what's kind of ironic is that 40 years later, there are so many people today that really can't play or get into any of the Infocom games because they don't have the pack-ins, and without the pack-ins, the game itself is kind of blah. You jump into your games, and it's just like I'm 15 years old again, playing it for the very first time.
Okay.
Dave, I have time for one question from you if you want before we wrap it up. Do you have anything that I've missed?
Yeah, it's kind of an odd question, Scott, but
I'm an odd fellow, so go right ahead.
do you receive any mysterious royalty checks from any of your games from the 70s, 80s? Do you just...
No.
No, you don't get any sudden checks or anything like that years later?
It's all over with that.
Yeah, no one is actively marketing it to do such a thing.
Got it.
Okay, last but not least, and I think we got you got 3.5 minutes, Scott, before I run into my free 40-minute student Steam thing. So what is Scott Adams doing today? How do you occupy your time? Do you have any projects that you'd like to talk about?
Right now, I'm in the research phase of my biography, and I've got emails from the dawn of the internet that I have saved. All those thousands of emails from fans, work emails from Clopas, everything, and I've been feeding it into a Gemini notebook, and I'm about halfway through processing all that. I'm going to use that as a research, and I'm hoping to come out with an interesting biography that will be a little bit different than most other biographies, considering what my forte is in writing adventure games. You'll see what happens when it comes out. But anyway, that's my current plan and my current goal. I don't have any publishers on tap at the moment. I have nothing planned. Like I said, I'm still just in the research phase, but that's my major effort.
I noticed on your webpage that you have a couple of things for sale. Is there anything that you'd like to talk about, or is it still for sale, or?
I think whatever's on there, I don't think I put Return to Pirate Island 2 back up. I did something called The Inheritance, which is a
that's what I'm talking about.
Yes, that's a biblical-based game that it doesn't try to preach at anyone. It basically takes, it's Old Testament, I think, 99% based. It just the only thing you will have to do is show that if given a Bible verse, you understand what it means. That's it. As part of the gameplay. There's 12 puzzles based on those text, but the rest of the game is just pure text adventuring. And it's got a prologue, and then it's got the main game. And a lot of people can take weeks just getting through the prologue, so it gets interesting. Adventureland XL, I put a feature in I call ET Phone Home. It lets me see how people are playing, which is fascinating. I can see what's going on in the game, but I didn't put that into the inheritance, so I really don't know what people are thinking. I did have play testers that I worked with during the game that did play it through, and they had a lot of fun. So I think the basic idea is good in there, but I'm not sure how people are taking it. And I think I put that one up as a pay what you think it's worth type game.
Is that a DOS game or how do you play it?
Right, it would be a Windows DOS. Well, basically Windows.
Okay, I'll have to check it out. It sounds interesting.
So that's called The Inheritance. That one was when I took my original engine and had it in Microsoft Basic on IBM. I later took the same engine and converted it to C and C++ and used that in Adventureland XL. And my thought at one point was going back and redoing the Inheritance, which is why I took it off the market for a long time, because focusing on Clopus. When I say Clopus, that's Clopus.net. That was a company that I did Escape the Gloomer, and that was its prime game. I did a number of other games that just haven't really taken off because they were for a client. One was called Final Pilot, which was a 60-player space war game where 60 people could play together. And I invented all the protocols to get this thing to work, which was just a lot of fun. But unfortunately, the company couldn't figure out how to monetize it properly, so it's not currently really available, though it is runnable, where I can give somebody a client and they could play it. Because one of the things the game also does is if it doesn't have 60 human players, it'll fill in the gaps with computer players. And they are all different skill levels and different tactics. So that was a lot of fun too.
I'd love to see you release that someday because it sounds very intriguing.
But that was my plan until I
Right.
got sidetracked on the biography.
Well, you can only do one thing at a time. But this game on Steam, because I think everybody that still games is on Steam. You said it's a remake of Adventureland?
Yeah, it's called Adventureland XL.
Oh. And so if I type Adventureland XL in Steam, it'll come up.
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. I did not know that. Well, Scott, I don't know how much to I don't know how to thank you for this. I really do appreciate it. One of these days,
I feel so bad that I can't make it down to see you guys in person this year. But it is fantastic to be able to do this interview. And I want to say hi to everybody who did make it in person there. And I hope you're having a lot of fun because TI was a really special machine.
Thank you very much, Scott. And I hope we remain in touch. I always like hearing from you. Okay. So let's see here. So keep going. We got 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Okay. Well, I just want to say goodbye to David. Thank you for joining us. And thank you, John, for hosting this. It's been a blast.
Absolutely. Maybe next year we'll see you put something together. That would be great. And I'll check out Inheritance as well. Thank you for that.
Okay.
Take care, Scott.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, Scott. We'll see you.
Are we live? Good. Well, thank you, Scott. Thank you, John. Thank you, David. And thanks, everybody, for coming today. Many have already had to move their cars, so they've departed. They're headed over to the place where we're going to have the banquet. And I'd like to remind everybody not to forget about the infamous pub crawl that takes place after the banquet. There will be some awards. There's going to be some raffle prizes at the banquet. We're going to have a lot of fun. If you're watching at home, we're sorry you can't be with us. We wish you were. We wish you would come next year. Don't forget, we'll be publishing the date of next year's Chicago TI International World Fair, the 44th in this series, pretty soon, as soon as we get the information from Northwestern University when their football games are. You know how it is. At any rate, thanks again. Thanks to the crew that made this all possible. Thanks to John Benke, David Benke, Kyle Phillips, my wife, John, my son, Jim Mazurek, everybody, Megan, Mel, John's wife, everybody, and our presenters, Stephen Boyer, and everybody that made this possible. So thanks again, and see you all next year. Woo!